Good evening. I'd like to call this August 25th, 2025 meeting of the Acton Select Board to order. And we have a really packed agenda tonight, so we'll move right along as quickly as possible. First item, resident concerns. Appears we have no resident concerns. Thank you. Chair update. I've got a number of items that I'm going to be bringing up within the body of the meeting, so I will not take my time at this point. I'll defer to the town manager.
Thank you. I have several updates throughout the meeting as well, but I have just a few quick things from our Economic Development Office. Patricia Costa gave me a few items to mention. Several new businesses in town that have opened recently. J. Crew, and then there's some other, as an example of one of them, Alligator Shot Tennis is an example of another one. There are some businesses that are recently opened, like New England Wushu Academy. And then there's some things coming down the line that we're hoping will open up in this fall, including a bagel factory and a new Indian restaurant and a new grocery store in South Acton. So a lot of things happening on that front. And we're also working on some new wayfinding signage, and this is pretty small, but for many years, there hasn't been any wayfinding signage for people to find Narrow Park. And we all know where it is, but we think we've been working on some new signage to help people find it, and hopefully we'll be able to put that in before the winter. So just wanted to mention that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Comments, statements from my colleagues. Alyssa.
Thank you. I have a couple of updates, one from the Acton Water District. At their most recent meeting, the manager announced that on Saturday, August 9th, they fired up the 2 new bedrock wells on the 549 Main Street parcel. At that meeting, they were still waiting for Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection to sign off, but they were expecting a week or two, so that may have happened by now. That water will be sent to the Center Acton plant. And our water restrictions, outdoor water restrictions, are back to 2 days a week, but it is important to note that just because you can water your lawn twice a week doesn't mean you have to. So a lot of the turf in town, as you may have read in the Acton Exchange, is yellow-brown because it's dormant because of the drought conditions. So, you know, your irrigation efforts are really not going to do anything to bring it back. I have an update on the Health Insurance Trust, which met on Thursday morning. And it's not, well, I'll give you the good news first and then the not so good news. So the good news is that our prepaid amount to Blue Cross Blue Shield is actually growing, so they insisted that we prepay for the run-out claims, but we're also getting credits. So that fund is growing. Harvard Pilgrim is sending bills, but they're very small. So claims are really dwindling in this second year of run-out, and Gallagher, our consultants, are trying to convince Blue Cross Blue Shield to give us some of that money back before next fiscal year, June 30th, 26, when the claims can no longer be paid. So we'll see how that goes, but we do have about $1.2 million that will be coming back to the town and the school district, divvied up according to our split, which is roughly 80 to the district, 20% to the town. Gallagher did also note that the retirees, which are going to be signing a new contract with Aetna in January, they're on a different schedule. Gallagher has seen some really significant rate increases, and they quoted a couple of other municipal clients seeing 40% rate increases. So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up on that, even though I hate to be the bearer of bad news. So that's going to be an increased cost. Also, Fran and I are planning another public immigration educational forum with, again, Indivisible and the Peacemakers Network, and that will be on Tuesday, September 9th at 7 p.m. at Great Road Church. So there will be an immigration attorney to speak with folks. We'll cover, again, folks' rights and how to support anyone who is being targeted for detainment, what to do, what not to do, and also do a little bit of role playing. So we meet next on September 8th, the day before, so I thought I'd give everybody a heads up. Just keep an eye out on social media for more details about that, September 9th at Great Road Church. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Yes,
Sorry, that was kind of wishy.
okay.
Sorry. So I just wanted to announce the town will hold a September 11th memorial ceremony on Thursday, September 11th, 2025, at 9:55 a.m. to honor and remember the lives lost and heroism displayed during the events of September 11th, 2001. The ceremony will take place at the monument located in front of the Public Safety Building on Main Street. Participants will include members of the fire department, police department, local dignitaries, and invited guests. The program will last approximately 20 minutes. All members of the public are invited and encouraged to attend.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to some of our new and special business. Mr. Manager, I think we'll jump right to item 10.
Item 10, okay. I am not pleased to announce, but I am announcing anyways, that the Director of Administration and Finance, Mary Ann Fleckner, is retiring, or has retired as of Friday. I just wanted to mention that to the board, talk a little bit about the transition, and also I'd ask Mary Ann to come up just to, so I could thank her. But we are moving forward. As you know, Mary Ann's been doing 2 jobs for the last few years, so we're currently recruiting for a Human Resources Director, and once that position is filled, we'll sort out what to do with the other half of her job, which is overseeing the Finance Department. In the meantime, Tom and me will be paying more attention to the finance staff, although we already do pay attention, but we'll be paying even more attention to them to try to help support through this transitional period. So Marianne, would you mind coming up? I just wanted to say a couple things. So Marianne's worked here for 17 years. She started in 2008 as HR director. She's helped this organization navigate some challenging times. We talked about health insurance. She helped this organization sort through healthcare reform in many different variations in the early 2000s and some major changes in how it's all handled at a municipal level. She was a leader in that in Massachusetts, and we were lucky to have her here. She helped really do some important things through COVID when we had to close the building down, all the policies and procedures and things that we had to do. Without her leadership, it would have been very challenging. You know, and a few years ago, as I mentioned, when the finance department had basically everyone retire, Mary Ann stepped up and has provided substantial leadership, and she helped rebuild. We have an awesome finance department now, filled with talented and dynamic people, and it's under her leadership that she's been mentoring them and bringing them forward, and she's really put us in a really good place. And she continued to mentor people in her role as HR. She's developed visitor code of conduct policies that were used all across the state, flexible work schedule policy that has certainly benefited us. She was spearheaded the ERC and the WIN, which are 2 committees that provide a lot of employee wellness and employee morale, employee recognition efforts, and it's a group effort, and there's a lot of people involved, but there's always needs to be one person that's kind of the engine, and that's been Mary Ann. She's a true model for local government service and community service. She's not just dedicated her time 22 hours a day to Acton. She also serves her community in many ways. She's been a longtime Rotarian. She's been the president of the Rotary a few times, the Acton Boxborough Rotary. Also involved in the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women, the Domestic Violence Services Network, the Center for Hope and Healing, and she's a trustee at the Westford J.V. Fletcher Library. So I'm personally thankful to Mary Ann. She's not just been a mentor for people in the organization, she's been a mentor for me, a confidant, and since day one, actually a few months before day one, she's been helping me, and I really appreciate everything she's done for me here in Acton. And I know she's gonna keep busy, because that's her nature, but I wish her the best in retirement, and thank you for everything you've done here.
Thank you. I'm speechless. I'm just going to say that I am so thankful, and being a public employee is probably the best job in the world. My dad was, and he got me involved in public service almost 40 years ago. At first, I thought, what are you doing? But soon I learned that there's no other better job in the world. And so I worked for the state for 21 years. And he wanted me to be home closer and spend a little bit more time with my family. And I thought, why would I leave? I have the best job in the world with the state. And I applied for the Director of Human Resources for the town. And as John mentioned, I started on July 7th, 2008. And I thought, okay, if I'm just here for a short while, I'll go back to the state. Well, I never looked back. This is the best job. It was definitely a much shorter commute, and developed so many friends, so many coworkers that just have been phenomenal over the years. I'm so thankful to all of you. The Select Board, you're the best. You really support us. We can't do this without you. We wouldn't be as good without you. My first job here, I was next door neighbor to Dean Charter. He was in the office next to me as the Director of Municipal Services. And Dean, you were very welcoming. Everyone was. And I will forever be grateful. I just consider myself one of the luckiest people in the world. Never worked a day in my life. Just every day has been so enjoyable. I think just being able to be there for people, not have to think about, hey, we have to make that profit, that's not why we're here, but also as important is that being fiscal conservatives and making sure that the taxpayers' money is being spent wisely is extremely important simultaneously. Thank you. Thank you. I just thank you, John. I really enjoyed working for you. I learned so much. John, you're like this, you're just very calm. Could be like you're going like, I feel like loosey-goosey, and he's like, it's okay. It's all right. That's good. This is good. And I would say to myself, like, I don't get it. I don't understand what's good about this. But he's always right, that no matter what, there's always a good side to everything. So thank you, John. And I will hopefully, I will never forget all of you. That I know I say that because I'm thinking like, oh my God, I'm retired. I really mean it, that you also give so much of your time. And you don't have to, but you do because you care about Acton and you care about the community. And so this is why we're all here. Thank you.
Well, Mary Ann, you knew I was going to have to bring this up. Since we could rap on our wall between our offices for about 7 years when we worked together. And, one of the things that I noticed early on was just, how very involved you were in all aspects of the organization and how much you cared for people. There were a couple of times when you reached out to me and said, we should sit and have lunch. And it was not necessarily going to be a good lunch, but it was going to be a lunch to discuss issues. And I always appreciated the way you handled those. And also, I think John probably understated it when he said that you worked a 22-hour work week, because I don't think there was ever a time when I was driving around here with storm damage or whatever, that I drive by here at 3 o'clock in the morning and the corner office lights would be on because you'd still be working. And it just a remarkable degree of dedication to the town. And I so much enjoyed working with you as a colleague and as a friend, and I wish you well.
Thank you. I just kept the lights on, and no one ever caught on. Thank you.
That's not true. I've gotten emails from you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you suppose you have enough time to consider the electric vehicle charging station rates, if Andrea is available?
Yes, Andrea is here, Director of Sustainability is here, and there was some information she provided in the packet. I believe we've since updated that, and she can walk you through what those updates are. And the purpose of tonight's discussion is for the board to agree with the new rates that we want to charge at the vehicle charging stations. So, Andrea, take it away. In the packet, there was some data about the different stations that we've had up and running. It's interesting to see which ones get the most use. There you are.
Hi, good evening. It's great to see you all again. I haven't seen many of you yet since I returned from leave, but it's great to see some of you virtually. I apologize. I sent some information last week. I have an updated set of numbers for you all. I can share my screen. So I'll share my screen real quick to show you the new updated numbers. So in the memo we sent previously, we did not include some demand charges on our electricity rates. And so we updated that to make sure that it reflects a more conservative estimate on the Acton Town Hall.
Can you please go bigger with that?
Yes.
Thanks.
Apologies. Can you see that? A little better?
A little better, yeah.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So for Acton Town Hall, fire, rec, and yeah, just those three, we have to do an estimate because those EV chargers aren't metered. And so based on the estimate, we calculated, it's quite in-depth actually. Lauren West, our environmental analyst, put that data together, looking and reviewing our electric bills from that past fiscal year, and then took into account a demand rate and calculated, like based on the percentage use of the EV chargers, what that total cost is to operate those chargers. You'll see that overall we are making a revenue. A big chunk of that is due to the Veterans Fields fast charger stations and the South Acton commuter rail stations, because we do not pay electricity rate there. It's paid by the MBTA. And then the rec station, which is fairly new still, you're seeing a very small profit there. And And we suspect that one will get more use. It was only installed in May of this year. And this is capturing just the fiscal year 2025. So the big reason that I am here today is to talk about setting an idle fee. We do have a lot of idling for some of our chargers. So for the Veterans Field charger, we're especially interested in making sure that vehicles are circulating frequently. So let me look at this. I have an information here of the summary. One moment, please. So for Veterans Field, a total of 72 vehicles, which is only 5%, so it's not a huge chunk of vehicles, idled for over 30 minutes. And then for our town hall, 139 vehicles idled for over 30 minutes. And what that means is that the vehicle basically was connected to the charger and not drawing any charge or electricity. And so basically that vehicle is parked for free because we charge per kilowatt hour. And so we are interested in setting a idle fee. And so for the Veterans Field, we're interested in setting something that's equitable. So we looked at sort of industry averages, and we saw that a good fee structure could be giving folks 15-minute grace period at the Veterans Field charger. So after they've completed their charge, waiting 15 minutes to let people, return to their vehicle. They've gotten a notice over their phone, your vehicle charge is complete. And then after that, start charging $5 per hour. And then that could be billed in 15-minute increments. So about $1.25 per 15 minutes. And then we could set a cap at $50 just to ensure that it doesn't end up being like an exorbitant fee. And that's really just because the vehicle itself, the charger itself is getting profit. Like we're not losing money on that charger right now. And so we don't need to set an exorbitant fee. And so that's the recommendation from the Sustainability Office. And that's also just based on like industry standard, sort of what the average is for a lot of chargers. For the level 2, once charging has been completed, we could set a $2.40 per hour fee. And that just, again, would encourage people to cycle out. It's not an exorbitant fee, but it is enough for folks to come back to their car and say like, okay, this car's, it's just a little bit of an incentive for people to come and get their car. And I apologize for rambling a bit. I didn't realize I was going to present just now. I was thinking I was going to present a little bit later. So I was like searching for my documents. So I feel like I'm not as organized as I would have been at 7:30 or later. So apologies if I rambled a bit, but it's a lot of information. So please let me know if you want a little more clarity.
Thank you. Questions? David?
Thanks, Andrea. One question and then some comments. What is the idle time at the level 2 chargers?
Yes. So we have that data. There's a lot of data.
No, I meant what were you proposing? When would the rates kick in after what amount of idle time?
At the fast charger?
No, at the level 2 chargers.
So we could actually set after like a set amount of hours. So after 12 hours of charging, doing $2.40 per hour.
So that makes a lot of sense to me after 10 or 12 hours. I think that's a good number because at a level 2 charger, people may charge overnight. You don't want to have them return at 2:30 in the morning when their car is done. Or if they're on the train, they may be in Boston and they can't make it out, that kind of thing. Or for people in this building, they may be charging while they're working. And it's difficult to know when you're done and that kind of thing. So I think that a 12-hour idle or 10-hour idle at the level 2 chargers is good, and I think that rate is good. I think the rate is a little bit low on the fast chargers. They're often much higher than that. I do think that the grace period could be a little bit longer than 15 minutes, because unless you like walk across to the Acton Woods Plaza, you might leave your car and your car says it's going to take, 45 minutes to charge or whatever it is. You might go over and have a cup of coffee or go to CVS or something. Making it back exactly on time might be a problem. So I would like to see maybe half hour or maybe even a little bit longer on those. But I think you could charge more once it hits, right? Because those charge quickly enough. It's like leaving the gas pump handle in your car and going shopping in the grocery store while you're just taking up a space at the gas pump. So I think those idle times could be, the fees could be higher, but I'd like to see the grace period just extended a little bit.
Alyssa?
Thanks, Andrea. I checked the website, so the page where we have the table of all of the rates says that for the fast charger at Veterans Field, it's 45 cents, but in your memo, it says 40. So I'm just wondering which is the correct fee.
40 cents should be the fee.
Okay, so thank you for that. And I would concur with David that that rate could be a little bit higher. I was going to suggest raising it to 50 or even 60 cents because it seems that in Massachusetts, fast charging stations range between 56 cents and 64 cents per kilowatt hour. And some municipalities even have peak times. So they'll charge 75 cents for a peak time. I'm not suggesting that we do that, but it might be good to increase that rate. And I think I would be okay with extending the grace period from 15 minutes to a little bit higher. I feel like Charge on America, it starts after a minute or 5 minutes. The data you provided us said the number of cars that have been idling for more than a half an hour, so I don't think I'd want to go beyond 30 minutes. Even 20 minutes might be enough. Because I'm just wondering where you're going to go from Veterans Field, if not across the street to Acton Woods Plaza. So I'd be okay with extending that a little bit, but not beyond 30 minutes.
Other comments? David?
I think Alyssa, you were referring to cost per kilowatt hour?
Yes.
That is extremely high. Extremely high. Almost all chargers are between 40 and 50 cents an hour, a kilowatt hour. So 60, 75 cents a kilowatt hour, that's more than twice the cost of the electricity. And so I think that's an awful lot. I don't think I've ever paid more than 50 cents a kilowatt hour. So I think that's a lot. I mean, if we wanted to go into the high 40s, I've certainly paid in the high 40s. That's fine. But I think 65 or 75 cents a kilowatt hour is very, very high.
Okay. Would you folks have a suggested amendment that you'd like to bring forward? Or would you like to have Andrea come back at a subsequent meeting? Alyssa?
So So I Googled Massachusetts rates, and it was per kilowatt hour, and the range that I got was 0.56 to 0.64. But if you say it's high, fine, I believe you. But Andrea, what are your thoughts about increasing it from 40 cents to 45?
I want to apologize because it is 45 cents, so I did get it wrong in the memo, so very sorry about that. And I just double checked our ChargePoint app. So it is 45 cents. I don't necessarily, so since it's already at 45 cents and it's working and it's covering our costs, in fact, we're bringing in some revenue to help cover the cost of the other chargers. I don't necessarily think we need to increase the actual rate itself. But I do suggest that, we can, go back and to the drawing board and think a little bit more about this, but we could, in the interim, set that idling fee. Because it sounds like, I haven't heard from every one of you, but it sounds like folks are in favor of increasing the price. And if you are in favor of increasing the price, I would suggest increasing it in that idling fee. And I know, David, and it sounds like, Alyssa, you suggested that 30-minute grace period, so it sounds like there might be some consensus there. And then David, you mentioned like a higher cost than what I suggested, the $5 per hour, so maybe we could do $6 per hour. Or, we could consider a higher cost, but at the very least, I would suggest going with something that we can reach a little bit of consensus on, because that is pretty standard to have an idling fee. And we do want the cars to cycle out and people not to be just parked for free especially at the fast chargers. And then for the level 2 chargers, do after 12 hours of charging, set that to $50 per hour fee.
Alyssa?
So I just want to clarify that I'm suggesting an increase partially because of the information that I found on the internet, but also because of your important note that the chargers that we're going to start incurring network fees once the grant coverage ends, so next August. So I'm fine with leaving it at, 45 cents per kilowatt hour now, but we might want to consider paying close attention to it and seeing if the revenue drops. So it's great that we're getting revenue to cover the costs and a little bit extra, but if that starts to level out or even dip, then we should think about increasing the rates.
Fran?
Andrea, you haven't heard from me because I'm an odd man out and don't have an electric car. I'm learning by listening to my colleagues, but I'm in agreement with having a motion tonight for both.
Okay. David? Jim?
I'm comfortable with this proceeding the way we are for now. Like you said, we have this, looming network fee thing starting in about a year, and that'll be a time to revisit all this. One question I had to make sure I'm thinking about this right is sometimes idle fees are designed so that to prevent all the chargers being in use by people that aren't actually charging. So, if they're actually keeping the chargers from being used by other people that need them. So I was wondering what sort of data we had about the fast chargers and how often both ports are in use at the same time. So how often is it the case that someone wanting a fast charge is going to go there and go, oh, shoot, there's nothing available?
So I have mountains of data. I don't have that exact data point handy right now. But we could try to extrapolate that and figure that out because it is a very good point. I have just the number as I gave you on the idling per station. So you can sort of maybe assume that it's taken one spot at least for the fast chargers. There's only 2 spots for the fast chargers. And sometimes there's failures, like one might not be working very well. So if one's idling, then the other one doesn't work. You sort of, the odds are just against you.
I'm happy to wait for, for the future to get that information, but I think it is something that we'll need to understand before, resetting the idling rates again. Thanks.
David,
I could make a motion if you want.
please do.
I propose that we institute idle fees at our charging stations for the level 2 chargers, $2.40 an hour after 12 hours of idle, and for the fast chargers, $6 an hour after 30 minutes of idle, for a maximum of $50 in that case.
Second?
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any other last thoughts? No. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you very much, Andrea.
Thank you all so much.
All right, it being 6:30, we have a site plan special permit. I'll read the notice. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on August 25th, 2025 at 6:30 PM, continued from July 21st, 2025, in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually at actonma.gov/meeting/SB, on the application of River of Life Church for a site plan special permit under zoning bylaw section 10.4, and two separate use special permits under zoning bylaw section 10.3, 6.23, and 3.5.15, paren 9, close paren, at 45 Nagog Park to construct a clubhouse, pickleball enclosure, and tennis court enclosure on the property within a portion of the property leased from the owner. Is the applicant here? Please come forward.
And Nate Ryan's here from the planning office to support the discussion as well.
Okay, thank you. Who is the select board member assigned to this? Jim, I'll let you lead off.
Okay, well, this is the second part of a hearing that we started before. And so you've given us a basic overview of the project. We left you with, that the CSG analysis had just shown up the day of the application, so no one had had a chance to react to it yet. And by now, you've had time, and you'll be able to tell us about how you've responded to that and to the other concerns and questions that have come up.
Yes, thank you. My name is Frank McPartland. I'm the engineer with Dillis and Roy, the project manager for the project. I was on vacation when the hearing opened, but I'm here to cover it now. With me is Mike Kuntz, the architect, and the applicant, Marcus Lewis. First, just like to go through what has changed on the plans since you had seen them last. The site plans themselves have been revised per the GCG peer review planning comments and Acton Conservation Commission comments. The largest change is that the peer reviewer noted a discrepancy between test pit elevations and the existing topography on the site. And what happened there was I had transcribed record test pit information from previous testing on the site, and I had missed that there was just about a 10-inch datum change between what was on those test pits and my elevations. And a quick glance, if you looked at the contours, it's like that looks about right. But when you looked close at the information, it was enough to throw off the groundwater offset separation requirements. So the test pit elevations were corrected, and the subsurface system was adjusted to meet groundwater offset requirements. And I provided requested groundwater mounting calculations to bring that system completely into compliance. Additionally, the subsurface system footprint was revised to meet horizontal offset requirements to the foundations of the court. So I was just basically able to make the system slightly narrower and longer to get the required area that I needed to meet the requested offsets to the court foundations. Some other smaller changes. I made a minor adjustment to the T turnaround configuration to meet fire truck turnaround requirements. It had originally been laid out to meet International Fire Code, but it didn't quite work with a turning movement, so I made that adjustment. I have also added a maintenance path provided between the T turnaround and the fire lane that's coming off of non-sit path. This is going to be the same reinforced grass, fully pervious material that the original fire lane was going to be. And this is to access roller doors at the rear of the court structures, both for kind of function of the facility itself, as well as to facilitate maintenance of the stormwater subsurface facilities that are under the court surface. Within the peer review response letter itself, there were a number of items looking to document compliance with Chapter X requirements, which is Acton Stormwater Bylaw. I went through, I think, in detail in those and provided some additional information documenting compliance. And I'm awaiting their kind of response, one way or the other, on those responses themselves. Would you like me to go in depth through the GCG letter, or move kind of into planning comments and?
Typically, what we do at this point is we turn to people that know more than we do. Like I look over at Nate and say, are there any of these details that we think would be best talked about here? Or are things moving in the right direction? Hi, Nate. How's things?
Hi. So I think there were a lot of comments made by the GCG peer review that could be handled either just internally or in conditions of approval. I would call out some of the things highlighted in the planning memo. Just a second here. I guess one big item for the board to kind of think about, it would be the ADA spaces and the distribution of them. I think there were 7 pre-existing on the site, and then they added 2 more by the pickleball center. But I think the highest use would most likely be the pickleball center, so that could be something to deliberate.
Yeah, right now there's I think, yeah, 7 spaces that are all located up at the front of the site. Given its original use, that makes perfect sense. I had added 2 more because just to have some down by the clubhouse itself. Mm-hmm. But we could certainly update the striping to more evenly distribute those. I wouldn't want to add, do a straight add of additional ADA parking down at the pickleball court, given some of the parking constraints that we're seeing here. But I would definitely want to have kind of a restriping and swapping of spaces and redistribute if that was the wish of the board.
Okay, so it's something the board can talk about. If we're making a list of issues, I'd want to ask at the same time about the bicycle parking, since that sort of, sometimes bicycle parking spots compete with ADA spots, since they both like to be, by statute, they like to be close to the entrance.
Yes, so I have 4 post and ring bicycle racks in ground-mounted configuration, providing 8 spaces in front of the building. And those aren't in conflict with the ADA spaces.
Great, and Nate, does that fit the needs of the bylaw?
Yep, 8 was the requirement.
Great, thank you. Were there other things, Nate, that you wanted to make sure that were covered here?
Yeah, so I think last time, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the board wanted to see the sidewalk repaired rather than a donation. But it's a little unclear to the extent of which it'll be repaired. So I don't know if the board would want to talk about that.
If I may, I have it called out to be repaired on Nagog Park, essentially across the entire frontage of the project. I don't have a linear footage, but it's 2,600 square feet and 5 feet wide, so I could back into a number, but it is the, oh, you know what, I have the frontage. I should have the frontage. The frontage of the property is about, that's a radius, 300, 400 feet wide, I believe. Frontage, no, I have the smaller of the two called out on the table, but it's, I want to say it's about 400 feet of sidewalk that would be repaired, rough numbers.
Thank you. And were there other issues that either Nate, you wanted us to make sure we were discussing?
Sure. There was also a de minimis waiver requested by the applicant from Chapter X, and then also the fossil fuel-free waiver as well.
So first I'll address that de minimis waiver. I have received in the last couple of days some additional soil testing information. So the subsurface soils that are under my my subsurface drainage systems are better than what I was anticipating. So I have provided that to GCG and planning, but I will no longer need that de minimis waiver. My letter is, yes. So I will now, rather than having a de minimis waiver to allow for me to be about 500 cubic feet of excess runoff, excess volume in the 100-year storm, I am now 9,400 feet below between existing and proposed. So that request will be withdrawn.
Okay. And you mentioned the fossil fuel waiver. We haven't handled a lot of these yet, but so far, we've handled those as a separate hearing, because we usually require some specific technical analysis about the alternatives. So at least my recommendation would be not to try to handle that tonight, but handle that as a separate matter as soon as possible.
Do you look at that as a separate application process, or once everything else is kind of ironed out, then you would take that up for discussion?
I'm looking over at Nate again. Because we're kind of new to this process. It seems like when we've had the fossil fuel waiver application that we had information developed with Ed, with our building commissioner, that, answered some questions about, what the alternatives are, why a fossil fuel-free alternative wouldn't work, whether that's for technical reasons or financial reasons, with some analysis of, so we can look at numbers to compare. So I didn't see that in the packet yet.
I believe we've had some discussions with the building commissioner about that, but
Oh, okay.
has something formally been submitted, Paul? So he does have a formal package
Right.
with outlining costs and feasibility, the high points that you mentioned there, yes.
Okay, so we'll look for that. Was there other stuff you wanted to make sure that we understood, either in the changes or in the overall picture of things?
One of my questions was actually from the first comments that planning had, and I just want to make sure I'm presenting my information correctly when you get the next revision. But it says, item 1, open space. The applicant has not noted the percentage of open space on the plans and should submit a landscaping plan to include open space delineation and calculations. The minimum requirement for open space in the zoning district is 35%. This item still needs to be addressed. So I did document the open space on the cover page. That's in the zoning table on the top for existing and proposed on the site. And I have kind of provided that most recent landscape exhibit. We've had that called out. If you need anything else on that, I can certainly provide additional clarification. But we're well over that 35% requirement.
Dean, I think you can handle this from here as far as calling on other board members and, developing other questions or things that we need to discuss. The things that I heard that we need to, in particular, we need to discuss are distribution of ADA parking spaces. But there's probably other matters as well.
Thank you. David?
I just wanted to tell everybody that the cover page says that the proposed is for 53% open space, just so people know. And I just wanted to reiterate that whatever we vote on today would not include fossil fuel waiver. There are heat pump systems that work in air-supported structures. Can I ask if this building is going to be air-conditioned as well as heated?
It is, yes.
So you only need one system for a heat pump? You don't need two, right? So it's not likely to cost much more, if any more, to put in. It may or may not cost more to operate. So the costs are going to be very close. And, I'm not speaking for the board here. I'm going to be looking for something that where your paperwork shows that it's financially infeasible to do without fossil fuels, because other people do it. I don't expect that to be the case. Thank you.
Other comments? Alyssa?
Thank you. So a couple of the items that I noted in the GCG review that weren't discussed yet tonight or in the updated memo was the length of the ramp being noted as being too short and also not including a landing. So I'd love to hear from the applicant about that.
Yes, I have revised the configuration of the ramp to provide the required landings as well as the additional length. I believe the first time that I laid it out, I had graded it to the top of concrete and not the finished floor, and it worked great. And just completely missed that I had a few more inches to go up. So now we have, I have a detail, an accessible ramp plan on sheet C5.1, and that calls out grading and distances.
All right, thank you very much for that. Along still the accessibility topic, I am concerned that the accessible spaces are close to the church building rather than the tennis pickleball facility, because that will be absolutely the highest use. And in the narrative, there's a description of, current demographics, children going for lessons, being, dropped off by parents, grandparents. So there could potentially be quite a few folks who need that accessible parking due to mobility issues. Also, there was a mention in the GCG review about the maneuvering aisle width being 3 feet too narrow. And I'm wondering if the board would be interested in having that corrected. That's in the parking lot. I think the narrative about the reduction in parking spaces being acceptable for the anticipated demand, the number of players who are going to be there doubled, and we know the peak attendance at the church. I'm a little concerned about the vacant office space. So if we do approve this reduction in required parking spaces, which sounds great, what happens if another tenant comes in and that office space is now occupied? Is there flexibility with the site to add additional parking spaces if the demand for them exists? I'm happy to hear about the sidewalk repair. That's great. I did see that in the planning calculation for the potential contribution to the sidewalk fund, 595 feet was used, so I'm wondering why 400 versus, I just want to make sure that we repair all the we make all the necessary repairs to the sidewalk, but thank you for that.
I am reading a half-size plan sheet. Yeah, what's detailed on the plans is a repair across our entire frontage. It's called out from property corner to property corner.
One more thing. The last thing was that I did not see in the staff comments anything from the fire department. And I looked in all 3 folders, so I may have missed it, but if I didn't miss it and it's not there, when will we see comments from fire?
I have not been copied on anything with fire, if there has been any correspondence between the applicants and fire.
No, the only discussion we've really had with fire was at the interdepartmental meeting where I had reviewed the fire lane and the layout of the site with the deputy fire chief at that time. So I didn't receive anything formal in writing, but we did receive kind of direction on what he wanted to see on the site.
So I guess if we can just get something in writing that all the changes that were made are acceptable to the fire department. And there was also a comment in GCG's memo about having the 2 proposed buildings going over the church's underground electric utility. So I just want to make sure that that has been addressed, because it wasn't recommended.
We are, at the time of my response, we hadn't found any indication that was the actual route of the electric. Since then, I've found, I think in the last couple of days, I've found a little more evidence that might actually be the route, so we will be investigating and addressing that.
Brandon?
I just have a quick question, and in that, are you adding lighting? Or are you using existing lighting, or do you?
My intention was to reuse existing lighting in the parking lot itself, and then add wall pack site lighting onto the buildings at all of the egress points. And I have provided a supplemental lighting design documenting that to the planning department.
Thank you.
Jim?
So Nate, you may have been keeping closer track than I have. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But so far, what I heard for discussion among the board members, I heard about moving some of the ADA spots from the church to the pickleball facility. I think, Alyssa, that the other things you mentioned were things that could go into conditions, but maybe maybe one of those things that you mentioned is something that we should actually get resolved now. there was the width of, some accessibility width?
The width of the maneuvering aisle, I think it was 21 feet, and it's supposed to be 24 feet. And I'm assuming that's an update to the zoning bylaw since this parcel was developed.
Yeah,
So one of the reasons that I want to make sure that the fire department is okay with the layout.
it is an existing condition of the parking lot, and we were not proposing any work that would impact any of those aisles, so we hadn't touched those. I do know, I've looked at this parking lot quite a bit, and I kind of feel that if we have to do any kind of widening and putting in new roundings in the parking lot, we're going to lose more parking spaces to make that geometry work. It is possible that we could, and I haven't discussed with my client yet, so I might be a little out of field here, but possibly we could control the traffic flow through the parking lot with striping and arrows, and maybe have at this bottom, at the southern end of the parking lot where we do have that narrow throat, have a one-way access through, coming south and then north in front of the building, potentially.
So the maneuvering is the entrance to and from, it's not the spaces in between the parking spots, is that correct?
Yeah, looking at the site, the two choke points, if you have it in front of you, appear to be the entrances to the southern half of the parking lot. So if you're looking on, let's say, the existing conditions plan, it would be the kind of the bottom, not half, the bottom third, where that driveway kind of ends and splits, just
Okay.
after the existing building. That appears to be that choke point.
I think I would be okay as long as we hear from fire in writing, just to make sure, because it is very close to the building, so shouldn't be an
Nate,
issue.
is that a reasonable condition or a piece that you can make sure happens before the permit proceeds, to have hear from the fire department, positively from the fire department? Okay.
And just to follow up on that fire concern for the site access, I have demonstrated with turning movements submitted that emergency vehicles can maneuver through this existing parking lot without any changes.
Great. Is there a feeling from the other members of the board about how many spots, ADA spots, if any, will recommend moving from the church to the facility? We're what at now, 7 and 2?
We are 7 and 2, correct.
Yeah.
I would love to hear from staff.
Any opinions over there, Nate?
Not off the top of my head. I could possibly defer to GCG on that.
What I might suggest is I can look at the kind of the use distribution and see what I can make a recommendation as well, and look at not so much the use as the number of parking spots in the club portion of the parking lot down by the bottom, and make sure that makes sense with the number of spots we're proposing. It definitely provide a basis for a restriping.
Alicia?
So it looks like potentially the 2 spaces that are already proposed there, in that row against the building might accommodate 4 more, because there are 6 6 additional spaces right adjacent to the 2 accessible ones.
Yes,
So, 3 or 4 additional ones there.
If I was going to move spaces there, that's definitely where I could put them. I just want to look, I want to make sure that the numbers work for both.
So it sounds like what you're proposing is that there's some additional analysis and thinking you'd like to do before you settle on a recommended number. And then the question I have for the board is whether we're okay with, letting that level of negotiation happen between the applicant and staff, or whether we want to do that publicly.
I think this is something could be handled with staff rather than come back for another hearing.
And here, so Nate, that suggests that you'd be working with the applicant on the exact distribution of the ADA spots. Okay, great.
I'd love to hear some feedback on the question about what happens if and when the office space is no longer vacant and needing additional parking. If it's used as office space, it's complementary to the church use on Sunday, so it shouldn't be an issue, but I'd love to hear from board members or the applicant or both.
Yeah, and there might even be a staff suggestion about that too. I recall you said that the special permit about reducing the number of parking spaces would have to be revisited if the office building started being occupied?
Correct, they would, that could be included as a condition that they would have to come back for an amendment.
David?
I would like to see the thing that you said previously, Jim, that the applicant come to an agreement with staff on the final parking arrangement. That'd be a condition explicitly stated. And also, I don't know if reusing the existing lighting means that they have to bring it up to date, but I'd like to have that as a condition as well, that it's great that they can reuse the lighting, but I'd like to see it meet the Acton bylaw, for Acton lighting bylaw.
So if I may expand on that, we have looked at the existing lighting that is out on site, and from light readings that we have took, as well as reviewing different light fixtures against what's out there, it appears that it's a modern 40-watt 3000K LED, which is within your bylaw.
Yeah, that would meet our bylaw, but I'd still like to just have that as a condition.
Certainly.
I see a nod from Nate. Okay. 2.
Okay, so I think if you work with staff to work out these final issues, and then I believe that staff can come back with a final plan, which we can vote on, find that it satisfies all the conditions, and kind of the ball is in your court and Nate's court as far as how quickly that gets done, but we'd certainly like to move it ahead as quickly as possible. Yeah.
So as the applicant, and maybe I should have mentioned this earlier, so on the point on the parking, we do have an agreement in principle with 43 NAGOG to actually lease some additional space there. So on Sundays, in the event that, it ends up being too much, we can use their lot. So I do have an email from them saying that we can tell you that. Yeah, so that should help. The other part, David, you mentioned about the heat pumps. I've researched this ad nauseum, and I don't know if you're talking about the clubhouse, which I agree that will be electric, but I've not ever seen any tennis or pickleball facility of the square footage that we're looking at that has, gosh, anything like that. I have gone to a number of HVAC people to say, look, is there anything you can do? Most say, I can't. Some have said there's some things in development. I got one guy who says that there's something, and he's putting it together, but what I saw preliminarily, it looked like it was both not cost effective, and I think it's questionable as far as the coverage I'm going to get. But if you know of something that I'm not aware of, I'd love to know. I just haven't, for that kind of 25,000, 40,000 square feet, yeah.
So there are certainly buildings bigger than that heated by electricity. The new Stop and Shop is all electric, for example. It's certainly possible, and I looked myself too, and I found other air-supported structures for tennis courts that were heated with heat pumps. Now, I didn't go price them, right? I just found that they existed. And as I mentioned, one of the advantages is you need one system rather than two, and that defrays a lot of the cost. So, what I would have expected is that the heat pump to heat the structure and energy recovery is part of the system to keep the building inflated. It definitely needs more research. I suspect you could find somebody in the Boston area that did these. You can certainly find them other places. I can do a little research and see what I can find.
I will double check, because of course I have an air-supported dome. It's hard for me to imagine it being electrically heated because they just bleed so much energy. But I will certainly take a look.
That is one thing I'd like to note also, that this isn't an air-supported dome. This is a fabric structure with a metal frame. So it's while it's still a big open air facility, it doesn't have, kind of forced air keeping it up.
I will say that I don't have the resources of a Stop and Shop. I wish I did, but that would be a little tough. But I will definitely look more into it, because if I could find something, honestly, I would love to be more energy efficient and cut down my carbon footprint. I would, honestly.
This will be interesting, because to see how this comes up. But correct me if I'm wrong, because we talked a little bit about this last time. I thought you had said it was air supporting, so that's my mistake. But you did say that the structure was layered so that it was basically reasonably insulated. Maybe not as well as a frame structure,
19.
but R19.
Yeah.
So. And remind me, how many square feet under that building?
So the pickleball, I believe, is about 25,000 square feet, and the tennis is about 40,000 square feet.
Total, it's just under 70,000 square feet between the two buildings.
Thank you. We can both look into it and see what we can find.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Jim?
I wonder if the board would be willing at this point to go through the vote on the mandatory findings to make sure we're all in agreement that we're in the right direction here. Could I take us through those?
Please do, yeah.
Okay. I'd move that we find that the site plan special permit, it would be consistent with the
Point of order, do we need
Yeah,
to
please.
close the hearing first?
Oh, good point. That's right. So that confuses me a little. So are we going to, it seems like I heard two different paths here. One was we proceed to close the hearing, we have our votes on the mandatory findings, and the remaining work goes with the staff. The other plan I heard was a plan comes back to the board and we affirm that plan. Were there?
I might have misspoken. My plan was, my expectation was that first option that you
Okay.
laid out.
Okay. Dave?
So if we think we can be very explicit about the conditions here, I think we could vote on it tonight. If not, one of the things we've done in the past at the chair's discretion is just put it on consent for the next meeting. You know, if the chair thinks that nothing in this is controversial, it's all what we discussed, then, but we can read the explicit list of conditions. And so the only thing is, if we vote on it tonight, I would like to have someone read out what they think the list of conditions are.
And just, yeah, I was just thinking, if the hearing is closed tonight, then there couldn't be discussion on the Chapter AAC of the general bylaw waiver, correct?
The fossil fuel-free waiver?
Yeah, the fossil fuel.
I think that's separate. I think we would have that as a separate hearing.
Then would that need kind of new notice in its own parallel
Oh, God.
process?
right.
I want to make sure that we don't step on anything by accident.
Right, yeah, so the last time we did this, this wasn't part of a special permit. This was just an, individual asking for a waiver. So I'm not sure the best way to handle this, and so I'm going to look over to Nate. What do you think? Is this is a fossil fuel-free waiver a separate?
Yeah, so I think the applicant has already submitted something directly to the building department on a separate track. And I think that's how it should be handled. And if under the building commissioner's review, he deems it necessary to bring to the board for appeal, or whatever it's called, waiver, then that would happen separately from this public hearing process.
Great.
And so your decision in the special permit may or may not even have to reference that. I don't know how to handle that.
It sounds like, other ancillary permits that are needed, like, with the Conservation Commission. We don't need to, condition it because you're not allowed to go ahead until you have that permit. So we could still go ahead and, so David's question is, a question for Nate, which is, so you've been taking notes. Do you have a clear sense now of what the special conditions are? Or would you prefer to take the time to draft them and then we can, approve it formally at a future meeting, perhaps just on consent?
I feel comfortable either way. I think it's, just up to the board. I can bring a draft to the board next meeting if you'd like. Or I can handle it internally.
Okay. I guess my instinct would be to bring, because of the time, would be to go ahead and have that come back, to a future meeting on consent, rather than having to, hear all the conditions right now. Okay.
Yep. Good. Alyssa?
I just wanted to bring up one more that I don't think I heard tonight, was number 13 in the Planning Division memo about the legal documents for the shared parking lot and utilities and operation and maintenance. I'm sure Nate won't forget that, but I just wanted to mention it for the board and the public and the applicant.
So that's something that can be handled in a special condition? Okay, great. I'm happy to move that we close the hearing.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Yeah. Any public comments? Okay. Hearing no public comments. Any other comments from the board? All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, we're closed. Jim?
Okay, I think I was back on the mandatory findings. If I get my computer opened up quickly enough. So let's see. I'm going to try moving these all at once. I would move that we make the following findings. That the proposed use is consistent with the master plan, that it's in harmony with the purpose and intent of this bylaw, that it will not be detrimental or injurious to the neighborhood in which it is to take place, that it's appropriate for the site in question, and that it complies with all applicable requirements of this bylaw.
have a second?
Second.
Melissa?
Do we need to find these for all of the permits, the site plan, the use special permit? Can we do that all at once, or do we have to do them separately?
Ooh, good, great question. Nate?
This is my first time dealing with all three, so I would say all three.
Okay, well, so what my motion said was that this would be for all three permits.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor of the
I
mandatory?
just have one quick mention, in that, can we change master plan to, community comprehensive plan? I thought we were getting away from master plan.
Jim?
Yes, that should be done. And right now, the bylaw is written with that particular phrasing. So it'd be a good note for the planning department that we should update our bylaws to start calling these things comprehensive community plans instead of master plans. And Nate's nodding his head, so he's putting it right
Thank you,
there on
Nate.
the top of his list, the 7 million things he has to do. Thank you.
Alyssa?
Sorry, there is also, in addition to those mandatory findings, under the use special permit for the reduced parking requirements, there's an additional conditions. And I don't know if these also need to be read out loud, 311 to 315. They're not mandatory findings, but the following conditions should be considered. And it's about the use being conducted at all times in accordance with the terms of the use special permit. Any change, expansion, or modification shall require further approval of the board, which is what we talked about when we said maybe that office space might be occupied in the future. So do you want to add those 311, 312, 313, 314, 315 to your motion to cover all three? Sorry, Lisa.
Jim?
My preference would be to, for now, do these mandatory findings separately, and then give instruction to Nate that the other findings should, be rolled into the draft permit.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, approved.
So it's not to approve the whole thing, it's just to approve the mandatory condition. And
See you back when the building commissioner says, oh, this sort of decision should be made in public, and they'll kick it up to us. So we'll look forward to that.
Thank you. All right, our 7:10 PM notice public hearing. Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on August 25th, 2025 at 7:10 PM, continued from June 16th, 2025, in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually actonma.gov/meeting/SB on the application of Suburban Glass and Mirror for a site plan special permit number 3/19/2025-493 under zoning bylaws section 10.4 at 60 Powder Mill Road. The proposed project consists of redesigning and expanding the existing parking lot. The applicant has requested a continuance to October 6, 2025 at 6:30 PM. I'll entertain a motion that we continue.
So moved?
Second?
second,
Moved and seconded to continue that public hearing for Suburban Glass and Mirror until October 6, 2025 at 6:30 PM. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Next, The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on August 25th, 2025 at 7:15 PM in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually at actonma.gov/meeting/SB on the application of Hawthorne Realty Company for a site plan special permit under zoning bylaw section 10.4 to combine the properties at 471 Great Road and 465 to 469 Great Road and construct two buildings to be used as building trade shops. No hazardous materials or waste are to be generated on site.
Hi.
See, the applicant is here.
Yep.
Please proceed.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
Good evening, board members.
All right, so my name is Nathaniel. I'm with Stamsky & McNary, and our office did the surveying and the engineering and the site design for the property at 465, 469, and 471 Great Road, mouthful. All right, so assuming you all have the plans in front of you or can see them, is that what's on the TV? I don't have access to looking at it, but so this is at 471, and then the strip mall of 465, 469 Great Road. So 471 is a retail-styled building that's vacant, seems to formerly be a furniture store, and then the other building is a strip mall-style building, which has a office space, a convenience store, and another furniture store. And it sits on about just over 2 acres of land, about 2 1/3 acres of land in total. So there's 2 separate parcels. There's the strip mall, and then there's the other building of 471. And as mentioned, they're going to be combined into one lot for this project. So the project is to remove the buildings that are there now and construct 2 buildings that are going to be building trade shops. So a building trade shop is an allowed use in this zoning district, which is the limited business district. There are going to be, sorry, losing count, 8 units in total. And, sorry, losing track of where I was there.
That's right.
Basically, just to go into the site, I'll just kind of go through like the site elements. So there's a lot of nonconformities given that this is an existing developed lot. Much of it is paved or covered by other impervious surface. There's a lot of extraneous kind of bits of the parking lot that extend everywhere. As such, there's a nonconformity with the parking where there's more parking than would otherwise be allowed. So I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but if you go to like the existing, if that's what's in front right here. Yep. So there's like a larger parking lot from the strip mall, some extraneous pavement that's towards, if you look at the plan to the left of the 471 building. Existing, there are 58 parking spaces, and then there's no, just to note, there's no stormwater controls for the site. The septic system for the strip mall is located to the rear. It's kind of on that large mound of earth that's in the woods back there. And then if you go to the proposed plan, thank you. So those are the 2 buildings. So the building on the right, access through the garage doors is going to be on either side of the building. So when you're looking at the front, you'll see kind of like the side of the building where there's a couple entrances and signs designate the businesses, but not the garage doors. Those will be on the side. Similar to the building on the left, there'll be garage doors on the right side, and then 2 front-facing doors all the way to the left. And then much of the pavement's being cut back. So on the right, the parking is pretty close to the side lot line, up around 10, 15 feet. It's getting cut back to increase the buffer between that and the neighboring lot. And then the septic system for both buildings is going to be located in the front. There's an existing kind of landscape island in front of the strip mall. That's going to be also, the pavement will be cut back to give a bigger grass area. That's where the septic system is going to sit. And then this project has been kind of carefully designed to reduce the total impervious area and also reduce the total pavement area. So there's less pavement runoff running to the street. The street is pretty much where all the runoff goes right now. So because we're reducing impervious areas, we only need to meet stormwater standards to the maximum extent that we can, which we're trying to do on the site. So there's a subsurface infiltration system that will sit behind the two buildings. And then if you're looking at the building on the left, right off of the parking lot, there's a little detention basin to kind of stop water that would come off the front of the building and that parking area right there to settle it before it runs off. So it's meeting the drainage standards, both Massachusetts and Acton's, to the best extent that we can, because if we were adding more impervious area and not reducing it, because of just the nature of how the site is, water retention would be pretty difficult. So like I said, a lot of thought has been put into have less pavement area, less impervious area overall. That's kind of an overview of the site. I tried not to go into too much specifics, but I'll hand it back to the chair if there's any questions. So thank you.
Thank you. David, I believe you are the liaison on this?
Yes, thank you. So I have a few questions based on my review. I'd like to have I think you're going to have to follow up on this, have a complete understanding of how the sidewalk in the front of along the frontage of the properties is going to work. And specifically, I would like to see a reduction in the width of the curb cuts, a substantial reduction in the width of the curb cuts. The really wide driveway entrances make it less safe for pedestrians to walk on the street. And so I'd like to, understand, exactly where the sidewalks will go, exactly where the curb cuts will go, and to make sure, striping is included for the crosswalks across the driveways. You can interrupt me if you want a comment, but many of my comments, I'm going to, for me, I'm going to want to see, additional detail provided. I would like to know if there's going to be any storage outside the buildings, and so that's one question. And for vehicle storage outside the buildings, where will those vehicles go? And where will you park any business vehicles? There is, so we also have to understand the parking situation. I think you meet our parking requirements, but there was some question as to whether we count vehicles parked indoors, indoor parking. I don't believe that we've ever counted vehicles in car dealer showrooms or anything like that as parking. But I guess we would have to discuss that as to whether vehicles parked inside count, and whether what the total car count, the total car counts or parking space counts are. Next thing is thank you for reducing the amount of impervious surface on the site. My understanding, there's just one small area that you'd propose to pave that is not currently paved. And it would be better if you didn't do that. That makes it easier. It just reduces an issue if you don't expand in that area, and it's a pretty small space.
I know what you're talking about, yeah. Yep.
Finally, for the board to consider, we would have to waive, so in this area, it's pre-existing, non-conforming, that the parking area is not set 30 feet back from the road. Although there'd be an increase in green space along the road, it wouldn't be 30 feet back. And so we would have to approve a waiver there as well. But it's a pre-existing, actually, as he said, there's less paving there, but it's not quite enough to meet the zoning setback. So those are the issues that I had. If you want to make any comments on those, that would be fine.
Yeah, if you'd like me to, yeah. First of all, as for the sidewalk, right now, the intention is that the project is staying out of the right-of-way, so we're not impacting the right-of-way, leaving it as it is. I guess it's something that we would look to the board to make a decision on one way or another. The preference would probably be to leave everything in the right-of-way as it is. And then, as far as the indoor spaces go, part of the reason that we're relying on counting the indoor spaces is because of the fact that we're reducing pavement areas. We're trying not to find places to pave to put more parking. So, if that's a way that the board can choose to count them. It would, work in favor of the nature of the project, which is, like I said, to kind of cut back the pavement. As, adding some, we would not be able to reduce the pavement if we added those 13 outside. And I think that's pretty much it. And then the thing about vehicle storage, do you mean like physical vehicles? Is that what you're talking about?
Right, if you're going to dedicate a portion of the property to have the trade vehicles parking during the day, I'd like to know where that is. And any other storage outside or dumpsters outside, I'd like to know where those are going on the site. And just to respond to your stuff in the right-of-way, that's not, I would like to see more there, right? So first of all, I'd like you to see your design reduce the width of the curb cuts. And second, repair all the sidewalk that needs to be done to make the sidewalk contiguous on the site after that, right? I haven't gone personally and looked at the condition of the sidewalk, but sidewalk is, frontage sidewalk is one of the town's requirements. And if you reduce the curb cuts, you're going to have to put in some additional sidewalk to go where the driveway used to be. And again, what I would be looking for, and the other members of the board can say what their interests are here, but I would be looking for a minimum amount of curb cut, and not as wide as they are today, to make it easier for people using the sidewalk.
Okay. Thanks.
If I could ask the town manager, or maybe Nate, I know there's been a pretty extensive study of the Route 2A corridor. It's been done by the town and by Mass DOT. Did that study go this far west of 2A, on 2A, or was it more down on the other side of 27?
Yes, so the engineering study that we've done to make pedestrian safety improvements for Route 2A goes all the way to Nagog Pond Mall, or whatever that street is called. So it definitely would go here. There's a planned improvement to Harris, the intersection at Harris, to make it safer in several ways, which I believe, is that what's right here? Yeah, so it definitely would be something that you would want to coordinate, whatever you have in mind with those plans, which I think are past 25% in terms of design. So I know I talked to the DPW director today, and they're working with the state to advance those to the next phase of design. So a site change like this would definitely need to be on their radar.
Great. Yeah, well advised to do some checking to make sure that any conditions that you might come up with and that we might come up with do not conflict with the state plan. Comments from Fran?
I have non-technical questions. Just to get my bearings, I was curious what you mean by trades buildings. I was just curious what the buildings are going to be used for.
Yep. So basically, it's like a contractor garage. Essentially, that's kind of what a building trade shop is. So one of the reasons, my understanding, that there's a demand for this is that there's been kind of a push for contractors to not operate out of their homes, which many of them do. So this type of a use gives them kind of like a business address. It's a place for them to leave set vehicles like a work van or a pickup truck or things of that nature. They can use it as like a business address for their business as opposed to operating out of their home, and leave equipment. Just to random example, if you're like a plumber that works on his own, you could rent a space like this, keep your van there, keep equipment there. It's a mailing address for your office. You would have office space dedicated for yourself. So things of that nature, if that answers the question.
It does, thank you. And also, this will be behind the mall. Is that where it's?
Yeah, so if you're looking at the mall right now, the back wall of the mall will match the back wall of these two buildings. Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Alyssa?
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, or actually a few questions, about things that were noted in the peer review. One was a question about the calculations for the open space. making sure that we're calculating what can be included and not any landscaping in the, like buffers in the parking lot, because it was so close to 50%. I think it was 50.5%. And also, I wasn't sure if the FAR discrepancy had been resolved, because it was 0.21% and it can't be higher than 0.2%.
Yeah, we resolved that, yeah. So
Okay.
I don't, you probably didn't have time to look at the new plans, but yeah,
Okay.
yep.
Awesome, that's good.
It'll be on an updated set of plans.
I concur with David about wanting those curb cuts to be drastically reduced, because when pedestrians or cyclists are crossing those, the shorter distances is better, more safe. And I understand that this is pre-existing, non-conforming, but because it's a complete redevelopment, knocking down the buildings that are there and building new and making changes to the parking lot is a perfect opportunity to bring us into, conformity, compliance, wherever we can, wherever is feasible. And in addition to the access driveways exceeding the town's maximum, there was also a note about the sign being in the right-of-way, the freestanding sign.
Yep.
So if that could be addressed as well. And I was curious about the sidewalk improvements, like what the nature of that would be. If it was just if there's cracks and holes, great, but is there also a plan to change the slope so that it's compliant with ADA?
Well, it sounds like if, bringing the sidewalk into compliance is a request and something that you want to reflect on the plans, that is something that I'm assuming we would have to do, which is make sure the slopes work. So, we would get information on whether it does meet it now.
Okay.
So that's something that, we would look at. We
can
can
look
measure
at.
the slope that's there. I can't say for sure, but it is a pretty flat right in front there, so it's possible that it's already meeting it. But, like I said, if bringing the sidewalk into compliance is a request, then that would be, something we'd have to look at.
Okay, I thought that I had seen in the peer review that there was a question about whether it was compliant, but if it is already, that's great. One of the recommendations also was to have us require a surety for the site redevelopment. And also there was a note that the stormwater requirements have not been met. So I'm a little confused about that. Is it because the impervious surface is being reduced that those aren't required, like that we don't have to comply with Chapter X? And I was confused also about the stormwater calculation, because I don't see in the stormwater calculation a pre-development stormwater calculation. It's just the sewage flow, which is 155,895 cubic feet a year, and that was labeled as the pre-development stormwater infiltration, so
Yeah.
that was very confusing to me.
Can I just cut you off? Sorry. Are you looking in the
I was looking at the
application?
whole, the whole
Yeah.
stormwater calculation report.
The whole stormwater report?
Yeah. Well, not that carefully, because
Okay.
a lot of it I couldn't understand, but I was looking at those numbers.
Yeah, in the report, there is a table, so the stormwater report doesn't mention the sewage flow, so, that might have been.
It might be mislabeled.
Yeah, that might have been the calculation in the packet. Either way, though, I know there was a table provided about reducing the rates, but, basically, the comment talks about, Acton's Chapter X, about the retention requirements. So that is separate from the Massachusetts stormwater standards. So basically, when you're reducing impervious area, you don't really have to meet retention requirements. Basically, you do your best. I know in similar projects in Acton where we have reduced impervious area, we've also provided similarly none to little stormwater infrastructure, which kind of equates to none to little, retention. So they're talking about like the amount of rainwater that's retained in a structure. So obviously I don't know the exact language in the Chapter X off the top of my head, but if it's something that we would, need a waiver for, if it's not really feasible to make it by increasing the size of what we have now. It's probably something that we'd look into requesting, but
Okay.
in general, separate from Acton's like Chapter X, the stormwater standards are basically when you're reducing impervious area, it's almost assumed that it's an improvement one way or another. In this case, there's also like a lot of degraded area that's not impervious, but it's still gonna be taken out, converted to lawn, so it is a big net improvement. The number that they point out about not being appliance is like a retention requirement, so the amount that's going into a structure. But overall, there's an improvement across the site, so like I said, I'll check the language one way or another. If it's something that requires a waiver, then we'll be sure to request it, but it's regardless, like the way that the site is, there's a lot of high water table, there's a lot of areas where there's a lot of ledge. So it's not, there's some places where it's not as feasible to put structures in to retain stormwater, which is why, we made a great effort to have a net reduction. Like we could have, put more pavement in to make the parking easier, but we chose not to do that because we wanted the reduction. So, if a waiver is requested, like I said, when I look into it, the goal would be to maintain the fact that it's a big improvement and that we don't have to have mass areas devoted to stormwater structures.
Okay, so we don't have to have a proving of the calculation, like the reduction in the stormwater that's leaving the site pre versus post-development because of the reduction in impervious surface, which is actually kind of difficult for me to see, because it looks like the two new buildings are actually larger than the two existing buildings, and the parking looks pretty darn similar. So it's hard for me to see that this is a reduction. And also I saw a note that there was a 1 foot strip of buffer, like the gravel's gonna be pulled out and replaced with loam and seed, but GCG was recommending or saying that it needed to be a 10-foot minimum, and it's only 1 foot. So I have a lot of questions about the stormwater and whether or not this is in alignment with Chapter X, and if it's not, maybe it doesn't have to be because of something. Help me understand, Nate.
Sure, I think I believe you're correct that under normal circumstances, strict compliance would be necessary, but since they are reducing impervious, I believe you're correct. They can ask for waivers. I can confirm with GCG if you like it.
David?
I just wanted to be clear that they're doing two things in this project for stormwater, and you can see them on the landscape plan. The one is all the runoff from the roof goes into a dry well. Yep. So even if the buildings are bigger, that's not runoff except in extreme flooding conditions. And then there's a new infiltration basin added in the front of the property.
Yeah, so I see the new structures. What I'm confused about is why no requirement for the calculations to be done. But it sounds like the reduction in impervious surface is the reason for that. And I just have one last question. It was, I think in your hearing notice reading, Dean, that you said no hazardous materials would be generated, but then in your description about what a trade shop is, it's making me think that contractors might have hazardous materials on site, depending on the kind of work that they do. And that was another thing that was mentioned by GCG, that there could be a higher pollutant load from solvents, adhesive, et cetera. So I'm wondering what mechanism we can put into place to make sure that the tenants that are here or the owners in these trade shops are not using hazardous materials.
Okay. Other comments? Jim?
I'm comfortable with this overall plan. I wanted to respond to David's questions about parking. my instinct, rather than wade into the issue of whether indoor parking counts as parking, unless Nate has an easy answer to that, is I think the parking will be sufficient the way it is, so I wonder if what we want instead is a waiver request for reduced parking. Because I'd be happily inclined to support a request for, reducing the parking requirement. This is not like the kind of situation where there are, lots of retail customers driving in and, looking at a showroom. It's pretty predictable flow of traffic. Your contractor comes in with a truck, does something, and then leaves, or leaves their truck there for a while. So I think the parking on there is sufficient for the purpose, even if we don't count the indoor parking. But I was wondering if either Nate had a thought about whether indoor parking counts as parking, and then whether David has a thought about whether that would be an okay way to handle this.
So I did not get the chance to determine if indoor parking would count, but I can tell you, and I apologize if it wasn't clear in my memo, they're running up against a parking maximum, actually, of 30 spaces based on the developable site area. And so if the board would like to make that determination that, they can kind of subtract those indoor spaces from the total amount of parking, Section 6.2.3 grants relief from parking regulations if you determine that they do have more than 30 spaces. You could issue a waiver. Otherwise, they wouldn't need a waiver if you determine that the indoor spaces really don't count.
Got it. Okay, I had the logic switched. Okay, thank you.
David?
Nate, please correct me if I'm wrong. Without the indoor spaces, I believe they have 31 spaces, and they can have 30. So we either waive the one or disallow the one. That's my understanding, and Nate can correct me if I'm wrong. That's assuming we're not counting the indoor spaces. If we're counting the indoor spaces, I think there are 39 or something, somewhere in that neighborhood. So, but I don't think we've counted indoor spaces before, to my knowledge. So if my assumption is correct, then it's 31 or 30. And we can just use our judgment as to whether to allow the one or not.
Okay. Any other questions from Fran?
I just have one quick question. So are you demolishing the retail space? Or is that staying? Sorry, I'm late to the party.
Yeah, I mean, the two buildings are going away, yeah.
The which buildings? The existing buildings?
Yeah, basically every existing building. Yep, so when I say the two buildings, sorry, I'm referring to the strip mall and then the white building that is 471. But all the structures that are there are going to be demolished, yep.
It's sad to see the retail space go, so.
Okay. Yes, David.
So the DRB commented that we have a lot of retail space, but we don't have a lot of trade space. I'll just throw that in. That was in the DRB memo. So I don't know if that weighs into your, how you think about that.
It's a great innovative idea. I like the idea. It's just sad to see retail space leave.
Okay. Let's see if there are any public comments.
There's one person online, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The person online, like to identify yourself? You've got 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Tara Fredericks calling, and I would like very much to comment on this project. It's tempting to approve small businesses, but I see this as devastating, and I hope you take a survey of the neighbors before you approve this. The DRB members, with all due respect, live in shaded spaces with open space and cars, and they can access stores very easily. You're proposing taking down a retail location and putting in a more car-centric car pit stop business like back alley of Concord. It's against the community plan, which calls for walkable small retail stores in the villages. I think it's very elitist to think that Route 2A, with all of its apartment buildings and thousands of tenants, aren't villages. They're villages. You have the power to say no to this expanded industrial use in the village. Sachem Way is a village. The apartment complexes on Route 2A are villages. To think any less of them seems to be against your views regarding equity. Further and more important, the people on Sachem Way depend on the convenience store for food. The kids walk there to get food for their parents. I know this for a fact. Disabled people use their mobility devices to roll or walk to the convenience store. They don't have cars to walk to that to Donnellan, and that convenience store is critical to these people. Please don't facilitate yet more removal of people-centric businesses to replace with car-centric businesses. You have the ability and the authority to vote no on this project. I hope you do. At least continue it so we can tell these tenants, the people on 2A, about this, because I don't think they know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments online?
No.
Okay, thank you. Alyssa?
I just want to clarify or confirm that the total number of parking spaces is 39. 13 of those 39 are the ones inside. So we're not actually, because I'm counting on the plan and I only get to like 20. So you said, David, that there were 31, but
There's 26 outside.
26 outside.
And 13 inside.
Okay.
So there's 13 like garage doors, and then there's a assumed a parking space behind each garage door. So 13 from 39, there's 26 outside. And then, like you said, if you look at it in front of the building on the left, there's 3. And then there's 2 parallel spaces near that landscaped strip. And then there's 10 in front of the building on the right. And then there's 11 on the side, so that gets you 26.
All right. So do we need a waiver for this? No. Okay, great. And I will just also point out that all of the abutters received a notice about this project, and there are, because I'm also sensitive to thinking about the housing developments on Sachem Way, the 2 housing authority developments. There are 2 other similar retail malls a little bit further west, so maybe if you know where the convenience store might be relocating to, you can let us know at whatever point you find out, because maybe they'll move into an empty space, a mall or 2 down the road.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask my colleagues how you'd wish to proceed at this point. Do you feel that the points that have been raised need to come back for reconsideration and look at any changes to the plans, or do you feel that we can vote on this tonight and leave it to staff to develop an approval? David?
For me, Mr. Chair, I would definitely like to see it come back at least on consent and maybe for discussion at the board at that time. I think there are more substantial things here for this application. Specifically, for me, the curb cuts and the sidewalk area so I would like to see that come back. It may be just a quick discussion and vote on our part. I don't think we need more. We could close, as far as I'm concerned, close the public hearing today and then just come back for a discussion and a vote.
Thoughts from others? In that case, I would be willing to consider closing the public hearing if someone would so move.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any last thoughts? All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, public hearing is closed. Nate, I'll look to you to see what you think you're going to need in order to move this forward, working with the applicant. I know specifically the conditions that have been expressed here, a lot revolve around curb cuts and sidewalks and how that will interact with Mass DOT and the town's plans. Do you think you've got enough information to proceed?
Yep, and I can also get clarification from GCG about strict compliance with Chapter X.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
The other thing I heard David mention was sort of, dumpster management on site, where, how's trash being handled and, what, in terms of how that affects, objects sitting on the site. That'd be good to be clear on that on the plan. 'Cause that's also one of the conditions we need to verify is that, the waste is being handled in a, responsible way.
I think just to reiterate, there's been interest expressed in making sure that it be somewhat memorialized in the decision that we know hazardous waste, or if they do need to deal with hazardous waste, they've got to get permits through the Board of Health. Alyssa?
I just wanted to note that GCG is also going to be reviewing compliance with the landscaping, both the parking lot and the general landscaping. And I also note that there is a recommendation from planning to have us continue this hearing, which we've already closed, to review the stormwater issues, but it sounds like we're going to get that report regardless. So is it a possibility if we need to reopen the hearing next time? Yeah, okay.
The town manager has a very quizzical look on his face.
If it's going to be continued to a date certain that we'll announce, then that's fine to reopen it, but otherwise, we'd have to re-advertise if you're going to reopen it.
Would someone care to withdraw their motion?
So if someone has a date that we would continue to, I'll make a superseding motion.
We're looking at 10/6, it's 6:30?
Okay, I move that we leave the public hearing open and continue it until October 6th at 6:30?
7.
October 7th at
No,
6:30.
sorry. October 6th at 7 p.m.
Sorry, October 6th at 7 o'clock.
You have to retract your
At this,
vote before we make another motion?
so I said in this motion to leave it open and continue it.
So we don't have to retract and null and void the previous vote?
We could do that in
If we don't have to, let's not take the time.
Okay. So just to clarify, I move that we leave the public hearing open and continue it until October 6th at 7 p.m. in this place.
Did I second? Yes. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other comments? All in favor of continuing until October 6th at 7 p.m. in this room?
Aye.
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 Nays? Abstentions? Okay. We'll see you on October 6th.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Next up, we have the folks from the Housing Authority to come in to talk about McManus Manor. Housing Authority.
Sit on. Good evening. I'm Nancy Kolb. I'm the chairperson of the Acton Housing Authority. And next to me is Melissa Bible. She's our director of the Acton Housing Authority. And we wanted to give you a short update on the very large construction that's going on across from the police department. That's our McManus Manor. People in town have had questions about it, and we wanted to let you know how it's going. Kelley Cronin will be on the screen. She is our point person who works with the construction team. Melissa and I attend weekly, bi-weekly meetings with the construction team, and they're fabulous. We're very lucky that we have such a great team working over there. Do you want to?
I also, I don't know if you received handouts in advance, but Kelley also has the information, because some of it is really tiny, at least in my versions, that she can put up the screen, and she can probably expand if we need to. But I wanted to say thank you for your time tonight. I've completed my first year as an executive director with the Acton Housing Authority. So some of you are meeting for the first time. Thank you for having us. I've been at the Housing Authority for 9 years, though, prior to my role as the executive director. Our goal for tonight is to give you a brief update on the status of our work at McManus Manor, especially as we all drive by the site and see it changing on a daily basis. We're very excited. We're incredibly thankful to the town for their partnership in this project. Currently, the project timeline is on pace, which is truly amazing given the amount of work that's been done and money that's been spent on ledge removal. And unfortunately, the previous owner had also been using the property for disposal of personal garbage. So there were buckets and barrels and trees and all kinds of other debris that had to be removed in order for us to be able to start construction, and has eaten a good portion of our contingency, unfortunately. This removal also required additional testing, removal off-site, and then because the soil wasn't suitable for use, required the additional purchase of soil to be brought in for the construction. Delphi has been working very hard to keep us on timeline despite these challenges. Our end construction goal is to have solar, passive house certification, EV chargers, and this is in addition to having a safe, beautiful place and accessible for people to live. This is a costly process, and we're very aware of it. Prevailing wage, a requirement for us working with low-income public construction funding, is not a requirement for the general public in general construction, although it is for us. This project is being built with monies from the town of Acton, state credits, private construction loans, ARPA money, and federal tax credits. There are significant implications to the funding if this program is not completed and people are not leased up on time. There have been concerns about the completion of the sewer timeline, and I know John has been working on that for us, because that would certainly impact final construction date and when we would be able to lease people. But we want to thank you again for your partnership and, let you know that we are available for questions at any time, either Nancy, Kelley, or myself, and certainly if you have questions tonight.
John, did you want to do an update on the piece of equipment that is supposed to arrive between January and March, and if that will affect our sewer hookup?
I think that I don't have the specific update about the piece of equipment, but I do know that they're working to try to meet the original schedule, and I believe to have everything done by the end of this year was the goal, calendar year. So that should work for the project. So I think we were concerned that it was going to be delayed extensively. It's just delayed minimally. So I
That's
think,
music to our ears.
yes.
I don't know if there are questions from the committee or the board at all, but we're here for them, whether it's tonight or
There's Kelley.
whether it's moving forward. And there's Kelley making herself available.
Okay, questions from the board? Fran?
I had a constituent reach out at the bank and ask me if that was the elevator shaft, and I could not answer that.
It is.
Thank you.
It is, so that will certainly not be visible when construction
No,
is
it's
done.
great for their banner. No, I think it's great, so. I was just curious of the extra testing that you had to do. What was the relative, did you have to do extra soil testing or?
We did.
Yes.
Yeah. There was nothing of significant chemical, exposure or anything like that found. It just wasn't suitable for construction to be done on because it had been aerated and processed and moved around.
Did you have a cushion for that in your, I just was curious if you have a cushion or?
We have a contingency
Yeah.
in total, and Kelley can speak to that, but
I was just
we
curious.
have been
Yeah.
eating away at that faster than we really wanted to.
Cushion, Fran, but unfortunately, the amount of trash that was in the soil was a lot. So literally, they took out truckfuls, and it wasn't the type of soil, like, we looked at, can you screen it and save the soil to reuse? And it would have been too costly to do that. So that was kind of a shock to see that the former owner had used it as a dump. So that has been a cost that we didn't expect. And we tested it because we were taking it off site, and, you have to make sure there's nothing in there. And there wasn't.
Thank you.
And then the other, another cost that has eaten up some of our contingency fund is although we had the site checked for ledge, I think Kelley thinks maybe they mostly checked where the building is. But where we ran into more ledge was where we would need to build some of the parking lot and roads and things like that. Is that correct, Kelley?
Yeah, and plumbing lines and things like that.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
The good news is the project is on schedule. We are expected to have our certificate of substantial completion in May. John and Chin, who was the former engineer, changed the schedule to do the connection part first up at our area because they couldn't do work at 27 for a while. So instead of delaying that, they laid the sewer pipes there. We are expecting to be Passive House certified. We're working with Airtight, who's doing all the testing, the FIAS testing for us. The solar panel partner is from Concord, and we're going to have EV chargers, and the whole thing is going to be electric, so it's all meeting the goals that the town set for the property. So we're looking forward to it. We're just disappointed in some of the unforeseen costs, but we're expecting to be able to finish in May.
Okay, thank you. David?
So for the schedule that it was in our packet anyway, shows the substantial completion in early June. But assuming that happens in June, when would it be ready for new tenants? Does that take months?
Ideally, it would be immediately after occupancy. We anticipate that applications for lottery will be available shortly after the new year so that people can start applying for the lottery process.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's a huge project, and it's certainly high visibility. But it's going to be very exciting. I mean, the former use on that site, frankly, was a disgrace to the town. And this is going to be such an improvement for the town as a whole, and certainly to improve the lives of your tenants. So it's a great project.
Thank you. The land slopes upward, and you're not aware of that if you're driving on 27, and that's one of the reasons that the tower, or the elevator tower, looks so high. And the buildings are stair-step as they move up, so it'll all come together. We're very proud of it.
Thank you. John and Ellie, budget.
Okay, so the summer's over, sorry, and the budget season has begun. So I'm very pleased to kick it off, as we did last year, with a budget preview. So we prepared, Ellie's going to participate in part of this too, our budget director, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we're looking at for the upcoming budget season. So let's just go through some slides here as soon as it's on the screen, which is now. I like to try to incorporate some pictures and, we do a lot throughout the year, and 3 slides aren't going to capture all the fun and important and exciting things that we do. But we tried to mix in a few photos here just so people remember all the cool things that happen. Acton 250 committee, all the volunteers that were making some really important and impactful events happen last year. That's a big part of what happened, so we wanted to make sure some of that was shown. We had some ribbon cuttings all over the place. Here's a few photos of Stop and Shop and the Silver Girl restaurant in West Acton. We had a ribbon cutting for a new open space that we purchased off Weatherby Street, so that's shown there as well. We're building some buildings. This 17 Woodbury Lane is a project that we continue to work on, and we made some major progress this year when we broke ground on the historic rehabilitation and renovation. This is a project that I think is going to be finished in the next 6 to 8 weeks, which is exciting. And we were excited to get that going this year with almost entirely, largely funded from federal funds, including, and additionally, there's some CPA funds as well. We had a few murals installed. This is one of them in West Acton, where there's a pretty good turnout of the community and the select board to open that thing up, and people have been enjoying that. The train commuters see it as they fly by. I'm sure they like that. We were recognized as one of a few climate leaders in Massachusetts. We had a ceremony in Watertown with the lieutenant governor and other state officials, and it's a big honor. Acton was a green community when it first started, and we've been out in front the whole time, and when they created this new program, we were the first ones to jump in, and we were able to get recognized for that. We also continued our excellence in financial reporting, being recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association, both for our comprehensive financial report and also for our popular financial report. We also were recognized at the annual conference of the Mass Municipal Association for an innovation award, where our energy coaching program, some of the members of the board are also energy coaches, and we got statewide recognition for that really interesting and important program. Our police department, Chief Cogan, was recognized as a 2025 Visionary Award for his work in crisis intervention team training and how he's brought that into the Acton Police Department. We had a nice ceremony next door for our Volunteers of the Year. This is a process that was created, I think, in 2019, and it's a tradition that each board member selects one member of the community to recognize as their exemplary volunteer of the award. And so we did that in May, and was a really nice day. We also recognize employees for service. We have an event that we recognize milestone years, 10, 20, and 30, and sometimes 40-year employees. And we had the 2 employees of the year that we recognized at the annual town meeting. So we try to continue to do these things and help people understand all the great work that's happening. Shifting more towards dollars, one of the things that I think we've done really well here is use other people's money to accomplish things that we want to do locally. We know that budgets are tight, we know resources are constrained, so everything that we can do with a state and a federal grant is a huge benefit to the community. I think Ellie did a Munis report, and we spent $3.9 million of grant funds in fiscal year 25. That's several of them, 53 different grants we were hitting in FY25 for different projects that we're working on. We've received more than 15 million in competitive grants in the last 5 years. That's a substantial amount of capital, mostly capital projects that we would have to fund otherwise. A few examples are McManus Manor. We have a $2.3 million state grant to do that sewer extension that we were just talking about. The building behind the town hall, a federal earmark of $750,000. Weatherby land, $500,000. We just got the other day, we haven't really announced it that well, so this is our announcement, that we got a Green Communities grant for $500,000 for rooftop units for the school buildings. The cemetery chapel is nearly completed. We got $250,000 for that project. The Stanton Foundation, that's the photo right there where we show the check that we received for $250,000 to do that project. And it goes on and on and on. Things that are priorities, we find ways to do with grants, and it's an important slide that I wanted to make sure that we show. The next one is also a very important one, and I'm going to take a minute and fix this view so you can see what I think is pretty interesting is that we provide, people will say that if you compare our taxes to other communities, they don't like the comparison. But this is a chart that people haven't really seen. We provide much more tax relief than most of the communities around us. And that bar chart may be difficult to see, but we provided $668,000 in tax relief through exemptions to over 250 households last year. Most of the communities that are immediately surrounding us were closer to 40,000 and 50,000. Some of the two towns that are up above us on the chart there, Newton and Lexington, that accounts, most of that is actually deferments. So it's not the same as what we're doing. Deferments are a very small amount of what we provide for relief. So I think our Board of Assessors and our Principal Assessor and the Select Board and everyone that's involved, I think we do a lot of work to try to help people find ways to get relief from taxes here in town. So I wanted to make sure that this was on there as well. So I'm going to kick this over to Ellie Anderson to talk about revenues.
Thank you. So these slides provide preliminary FY 2025 revenue results. I will just make a note that all of the financials that you'll see for FY 2025 have not been audited yet, and they are subject to change. The audit will be kicking off soon, actually has kicked off. So this slide shows an overview of our revenue collections in fiscal year 2025. As you can see by the pie chart on the right-hand side, the predominant funding sources for our operating budget come from property taxes. So 89% there is the tax levy, and an additional 5% is excluded debt. Those two things added together represent the $115 million, or almost $115 million, that we billed in property taxes in 2025. Of that billing, we collected $113,350,954. What this comes out to is just about a 99% collection rate. We're very happy to have a strong history of strong collection rates for property taxes here in town. It's important for a number of reasons, but especially because it's a large contributing factor to our AAA bond rating, which is huge. The other primary funding sources is outlined below the property taxes, and that's local receipts. This comes out to around 5% of our revenues that work to fund the budget. So a grand total local receipt estimate is planned as part of the budget process, and it's finalized around this time of year with a tax rate recap. In FY 2025, we estimated that we would collect $6,185,872 in local receipts, but we ended up collecting just over $7.4 million. This equates to collections of $1.2 million above that estimate, or 119% if we're looking at it as a collection rate. The revenue that's collected in excess of that original local receipt estimate will positively contribute to our free cash calculation, which the finance team will be beginning this fall. So this next graph shows how local receipt collections have compared to estimates since fiscal year 2018. So as you can see, the estimates in fiscal year 2022 and 2024, or fiscal 22 through 2024, tended to be more conservative because, as shown in the graph, the town did not reach its revenue estimates in 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic. But as economic conditions have improved, the gap between those estimates and then the actual collections have grown. So in fiscal year 2025 and then also in 2026, we've been incrementally increasing our local receipt estimates to make them more in line or consistent with our actual collections. However, I will note that an appropriate level of balance and conservatism is important because it provides contingency for any unknown economic conditions, since we're typically making these estimates as part of the budget process, and we're not collecting that revenue for at least another year later. Additionally, as I noted, anytime we collect revenue above that estimate, it is positively contributing towards free cash and helping to replenish it. So this next slide shows a few graphs which depict the main contributors or the driving forces towards why we've been collecting more revenue above our estimates. So the graph on the left depicts investment income. Investment income equates to bank interest, so the yield on the town's money that we get from bank accounts. This has grown in recent years due to increases in interest rates, but also due to the work of our treasurer collector's office, making sure that we're getting the best yield for the town's money. In FY 2025, we estimated that we would collect $350,000 in investment income, but actually collected $459,000. So this accounts to $109,000 above our estimate. The graph on the bottom right is building permit revenue. And as you can see in the graph, since fiscal year 2023, we've been seeing growth in building permit revenue. In FY 2025, we estimated that revenues from building permits would be $900,000, but we ended up collecting around $1.1 million. So this actually ended up being $261,000 above our estimate. And then finally, the largest contributor to this is motor vehicle excise tax. It's by far the largest chunk of local receipt revenue. So the trend in actual excise tax collections, you might notice, as shown in this graph, mirrors the trend or the growth in total local receipt revenue collections. In fiscal year 2025, we estimated we would collect just over $3.6 million in excise tax, but actually collected around $4.1 million. So this was a little over $500,000 above our revenue estimates.
Thank you. So that was revenues, and so we're going to go back to expenses. And our preliminary results from FY25, again, unaudited, but we're just trying to show where we ended up and what, combined with what Ellie presented, with those revenues combined with the net turnback, will make up a replenishment to free cash. But just to walk you through this chart, we had several vacancies in fiscal year '25, which was widely announced. And as a result, there was $1.1 million in surplus salaries. Going along with that is about $700,000 in insurance and other benefits, because without the employees, you don't need the insurance and the other benefits. So significant savings in those areas. However, if you remember, if you take us back 2 years or so when we were doing the A and B budgets and we were cutting things, and we ended up cutting pretty significantly from what we were calling level services in the FY25 budget. Even though it was an increase, even though an override occurred to support that increase, it still was less than what we said was level services. As a result of some of the surplus in salaries, we were able to spend more and do some of the things that were cut, given that one-time availability from the surplus. We also had things that came up that we needed to cover, like snow and ice was almost $150,000 over. Postage, we did a lot of postage in FY25. The federal government increased the cost of stamps, but we also had a special town meeting. We had a bunch of other things we had an election, we had a lot of other things that required our postage to skyrocket. Legal services, we thought we were winding that budget down. Turns up we actually overspent that budget due to extensive contract negotiations from 5 contracts and some other things that were going on. So in a normal year, we would stop spending immediately and make sure that every line item was we didn't have anything over, but we knew we had the room to restore some of those cuts and complete some of those projects. Vehicle repairs, facility repairs, what was some of the other examples? Project overruns, all those things contributed. So in that total, we're returning $760,000 at the end of the year, which is about 2%, almost 2% of the budget is being turned back. When you combine that with, so every year, there's purchase orders that carry over and are encumbered, and those all get spent. If for some reason they don't, we close those out as well. So there's $178,000 worth of closeouts from those projects. So the total turn back is $941. When you combine that with what was previously presented on revenues, it's a pretty healthy amount of funds that will be put into the calculations for free cash. It of course is not an exact amount because we have to go through the several other things that the state looks at when they certify free cash, like grants and other things. So it's not going to be a complete $2 million increase, but it's going to be substantial. So the next slide, we're going to get into 2026. So we just started this. We're a month and a half in or so. And what we brought to town meeting, what we published on the warrant is shown here. And as you know, that changed slightly the week before town meeting. And so we'll walk through what happened at town meeting, just so we're all on the same page. There were several capital projects approved under the capital article, and 1 million of those were from sales proceeds. So all these projects were just sort of getting started in the planning phase, but they were all approved, so we're moving forward on that. The next page would be, one thing that changed at town meeting was that town meeting did not approve the town hall HVAC project. And so that is something that's different. And also, if you recall, the board met the week before town meeting or a few days before town meeting and changed what was proposed for Article 7. Instead of borrowing several $1 million, the board decided to move forward on an article to appropriate $150,000 in free cash. And so that, if you look on the next page, reconciles all of that. Capital free cash articles, it was increased by $150,000. So that actually increased the total municipal spending by 4.18%, to 4.18% year over year. So that's where we ended up. And I think, let's go to 27. That's what we're here to talk about. FY27 preview. Every year, the budget process begins with the select board goal setting. The board, you held your goal setting retreat in June, published the final goals shortly thereafter, and departments have been thinking about these ever since. We are going to plan to address these to the extent that we can in our budget and capital requests going forward. These are the short-term goals. The next page shows the long-term goals. We, of course, take both into consideration, but we focus more on the short-term goals throughout the annual budget process. And if we go to the next slide, so we have the goals, and with those goals, we try to address them the best we can, but we also have challenges that we know we have to work through. There are 5 challenges: health insurance, pension, debt, school assessment, and infrastructure needs. There are more challenges, but these are the 5 that we're going to talk about during this budget preview. So the first one would be health insurance. As reported out at the beginning of this meeting, we had some news from HIT that we're expecting a pretty big spike in retiree health insurance. In terms of active employee insurance, we haven't received anything new other than the 15% that we think that they said we should plan for. This chart shows what we budgeted for health insurance and what we actually spent. And it's interesting to look at because in FY25, we supplemented the budget, if you remember, at special town meeting. And so we had more available. And then with all those vacancies, we didn't end up spending it. So as we look to 27, we're going to need to look at, okay, if it goes up 15% and retirees are going to go up 40%, which I can't believe that's even a concept that we're thinking about. But if it goes up 40%, how much do we need to add to our budget knowing that it didn't get fully utilized this year? So that's work that we'll do as part of the budget process, but I just wanted to raise that as a challenge. And there could be some good news in there, that we have some capacity to absorb part of the increase that we're expecting. But with some of these variables, it's too early to tell. And the next thing we're going to talk about is pension. This continues to go up, pension assessment. Every year we pay the annual cost for our employees, and every employee that we have, they're assigned a value, and we have to incrementally pay an assessment on that value to the Middlesex County Retirement System. In addition to that, we're paying a unfunded liability for all the pensions for all the employees that worked here many, many years ago before they contributed to their own pensions. The good news is that we're actually scheduled to finish paying off that unfunded liability in 2036, which that's 10 years from now. So that's not as close as I thought it was going to be when I said it first. But anyways, it's still good news that there's an end in sight. And once that happens, we'll only be responsible for the annual cost. And so you should see a significant step down. And when that does happen, that'll allow us to even more aggressively attack our OPEB liability and potentially address any other needs that come up in the meantime. Debt is something that we're looking closely at. We have a new treasurer collector, Patrick McIntyre, and he's taking a very aggressive look at all the different debt management strategies that we have and helping us do some planning going forward. We often budget for example, this year in the budget process, we budgeted for 4.25%, and we budgeted to borrow and spend for some short-term borrowing. And when it's all said and done, we do things differently. So you have to constantly recalibrate the debt budget. The next slide, well, this is an example. So the debt service for the DPW fueling station, the complete streets projects, stormwater infrastructure improvements that we approved in 2024 don't actually hit the finance director's budget until FY27. So we have to track that forward-looking and project out and make sure we're carrying enough. So the next slide would just illustrate that point further, that we're planning for things 3 or 4 years out, and we need to make sure that we estimate conservatively and maintain capacity in that debt service line item so that we never, and that's why we always appropriate the first year debt service with the article to give us room to work into the debt service when it comes down the line. The fourth thing that I see as a challenge is school assessments. We just lived through a period where the Minuteman School District was doing 20 and 30% increases. Last year, they actually had a negative increase. So who knows, that may continue. I do think that has stabilized, and so it'll be hopefully just more stable going forward. Acton Boxborough School District, they reported during the last year's ALG process that they'll need between a 5% and 6% increase for the foreseeable future. That, of course, will be further sorted out once we start the ALG process, but if that's the case, that's a significant increase year over year, and would leave little room for increases in town budgets. The fifth thing that we are concerned with is infrastructure. Infrastructure is ever present. It's something that we've been here for a few hundred years, and we're going to be here, and our infrastructure needs to be here to support our residents, roads, bridges, but also buildings, municipal buildings. This shows the generator downstairs that blew up during the microburst a few years ago that we were planning to replace with the HVAC project. So we still have the temporary generator outside Town Hall, and hopefully that project will get approved when we bring it back to the next town meeting. But in the meantime, that's another thing that we need. Sidewalks and street repairs. That's a culvert that's failed. It's hard to see there. And we have fire stations that were built in the 50s and 60s that in the next 10 years, we're going to need to determine what we do with those. They either need to be renovated or something else. Not immediately, not next year, but we need to have that on our radar, that those, and there's one that's not even shown here that we all know about, which is the DPW building. I didn't think I needed to show that, but just wanted to make sure I mentioned it. So as we plan, Tom actually just sent out notice today to departments to get ready for capital requests and the capital request process, but we wanted to float with the board recommended draft budget priorities. This is both, we would like you to consider those and also what we would pass on to the departments. The first is OPEB. We changed how we did the OPEB appropriation by creating an offset in the ALG plan and appropriating that at town meeting as a separate motion. And it's a little confusing, I think, for the public and for others. And so I think there's other ways that we can do that, but still achieve the goal of using that trust fund to pay for the retiree healthcare costs. So we want to look at that and share some ideas with you this year. The other thing we think that might be a good approach for this fiscal year is to focus on existing capital. We just went through slides of millions of dollars of projects that have been approved. And as I mentioned, we haven't started them yet. So eventually, even though we have an excellent staff, there's only so much capacity we have to do all these projects. So if there was a year to sort of maybe focus on the ones that we've already been working on, this might be it. Replenish the stabilization. I think that we used that during the pandemic to pay for some minor capital items, and I think it's a good idea to try to replenish our stabilization fund and start building that for major capital repairs in the future. The next set of recommendations would be more for the departments would be, and this is similar to what we say every year, but it'd be good to have the board say you agree. Continue to identify efficiencies through reorganizations. You know that there's a list of staffing requests that we had the last few years that we'll see again. There's all of our services that residents are always looking for improvements to our services, and that requires, in some cases, staffing, but we're encouraging people to look at reorganizations and other ways to be efficient instead of just adding staffing. Leveraging external funds that we want to continue to aggressively pursue grants and partnerships and that's a priority. And then limit supply and service increases. There certainly are increases in things like postage that are unavoidable, but we want to try to find ways to limit others that could be avoided or could be deferred. So those are some of the ideas that we had, and then this is just to lay out the schedule. Tonight is the budget preview. In October, we have 2 meetings in October, and one of those will be the tax classification hearing. And then in the first week of November, we'll provide a budget update. And at that point, we'll give you a sense of some of the early returns on the budget. Departmental submittals to see if there's anything that we need to bring to your attention as it relates to level services or otherwise. And then we'll do the capital plan on the 17th of November. And we will have the select board budget workshop for you to talk to us about what you've seen, the preliminary budget estimates that we provided, and for you to give, I think the last few years, the board has looked at some of the things that we were making decisions on, and you're more actively involved in saying, we like this, we don't like that, you should prioritize that more. Whereas in the past, we would just show up with the budget book. So I think the budget workshop is a chance for us to have a discussion with you about some of the things that we're struggling with potentially in terms of prioritization with the funds available. And then on the first week of January, we would present the recommended budget. We would plan to publish it and distribute it to both the Select Board and the Finance Committee before the new year, maybe even in mid-December, depending on how quickly we can work on it. But definitely at least more than a week advance before the joint budget workshops, which we'll have in January. And then we have to, by general bylaw, transmit the budget to the Finance Committee by March 5th. So that's the next 6 months. And I'm looking forward to it. I think every year it gets better, the budget gets better, we refine it, we find ways to do things better, and we find ways to be more transparent and more inclusive, and I think we'll do that again this year. So I look forward to it. And if you have any feedback on those budget priorities, or if you have any other priorities that you want to discuss early on, that would be helpful. Otherwise, we'll focus on your goals.
Okay, thank you, John. And Ellie, questions from my colleagues? Alyssa?
Thank you so much for that. I love the pictures. I have a question about our collection rate at 98.6%. Has that gone down a tiny bit? Because I'm thinking that 0.1, 0.2% doesn't sound like a lot, but maybe in dollars, it might be impactful.
I'd have to look at the history, but I know we've always been around 90%, or 99%,
Yeah.
not 90. But what impact like 0.1% or 0.2% has, I don't have right in front of me, but I think that would be something that's interesting to look into, the impact of any, what seemingly minute changes.
Yeah, and I guess I'm thinking that if it has changed, it'd be nice to know, like, explore what might be the reason behind that. So interesting thing to answer. And John, you said that the legal services was overspent due to contract negotiations, but that's something that, was that something unexpected because of health insurance? I would think that we have the schedule so we know that we're going to have those expenses.
We do. Legal services are pretty, it depends on what's happening. So we had collective bargaining agreements. We also had several other personnel things related to collective bargaining that we try not to anticipate because we hope they don't happen, but they did happen. So those were expensive. And I think that we had an extra town meeting, which increases additional costs that we don't always budget for. So we actually reduced the budget again in FY26, so I'm a little bit concerned, but we'll figure it out.
Okay, thanks. I guess I just want to comment that I 100% agree with these recommended draft budget priorities, especially focusing on existing and ongoing projects. I think that makes a lot of sense. Maybe there's less burden on staff, maybe less disruption for residents, and I think you're right that if there's a year to do it, this is the year. Actually, this isn't really a comment, but a question. I'm sure that we're always in communication with the school district, but are there things that we can be doing to better coordinate our capital planning so that maybe really expensive capital projects for the town and really expensive capital projects for the school happen not in the same year? I don't know if that already happens. That's something that I've heard from the Finance Committee during budget workshops, during their meetings, and I'm wondering if anybody has any ideas about how we can not just coordinate, but improve on that coordination to offset those capital expenses.
Yeah, thank you. That's something that we strive to do. We do communicate. I talk to the superintendent on a regular basis, weekly basis, or if not more. And, you know, the bigger venue that we do that coordination is ALG. And I think that if there are major capital projects, we're not talking about $1 million. We're talking about tens of $1 millions, I assume. So those should be surfaced, I would think, in that process. And I think that's how we've done it in the last few years. But we'll continue to try and find ways to improve that.
I think looking at really big capital projects between the town and the schools, I mean, the obvious ones are DPW building for the town and whatever's going to happen with Conant School. And we really won't know where the schools are going on Conant until probably December or January. And, you know, it's a multi-year project for either entity, but I think, you know, my expectation would be that we would try to move ahead as quickly as possible with the DPW project, because, you know, if the schools did decide to do something expensive with Conant, it's going to take a couple of years. They're going to apply to, you know, get in line with MSBA. So hopefully we'll get ours done before them, but yeah, it's a good point. We don't want to have two huge debt exclusion overrides hit the same year. David.
Yeah, John, I was wondering why you had the increased use of capital stabilization funds on your list. Did something push you to put that on here, or?
Not use of capital stabilization, replenishment.
No, contributing, yeah.
Yeah, I just think that if we have a free, you know, we just presented that we'll replenish free cash to a level that will put us above the floor that we try to keep of 3%. And I think a good place to put that is capital stabilization, because as we know, our capital needs are never going away. And when that was originally created, it was to set aside funding for big projects. And it's so hard to put money away like that. But I think if we have an opportunity to, it's something that I'd like to try to do. Not millions of dollars, but chipping away at it a little bit, I think would be a good idea.
Yeah, I agree with that approach. And you know, when free cash is high or something, to to contribute to the capital stabilization fund. I have, I think maybe the same concerns as you, is large amounts, right? To do that, taxing people and then squirreling it away in there doesn't make a lot of sense, because we haven't done anything with that money except to invest it somewhere. And borrowing money means the infrastructure gets built first before we pay for it. We pay for it over time, right? So if we're building, whether it's an intersection or renovating one of the town buildings or whatever we're investing in, we get that up front and then we pay back the loan over time. So it's kind of, whereas, as opposed to stabilization where we invest upfront and we get the benefit later. But I think you're right, if we, in certain circumstances for moderate amounts of money, it does make sense. But finally, I think if capital stabilization gets too big, people will notice, and rightly so, that, we have this money on the side. Why are we saving this money on the side?
Alessia?
I just want to quickly follow up on that. I think that there was some criticism last year from folks who saw us zeroing out the stabilization fund for the DPW. So I think that being upfront and that we have a plan to replenish it is a good idea and will help boost confidence. So not by a lot, but definitely having a plan for it.
David?
So, I don't disagree as long as the amount, but just take, for example, right now, there's $1.2 million in there that's doing nothing, right? It's not. Earning interest? Well, it's earning interest, but, people have been taxed for it, right? And we don't have, we have this, I think John said $117 million worth of things to do over the next decade. 1 million of those could be done here. So I just have concern about, squirreling away too much money. I think that, it may be a little bit counterintuitive, but I think it works well in municipal finance, where you borrow and then you get the benefit of the thing up front and you pay for it over time. But I don't disagree with you, and I don't disagree with John's approach either, as long as we're talking moderate amounts of money.
Jim?
To the extent that I understand these budget priorities, I agree with them. I feel like I'm not the most deeply enmeshed in municipal finance of the entire select board, but to the extent that I understand them, I definitely agree with them. One question I had was, I know that we've adjusted the overlay for tax relief over the last couple of years, up and down. And, since we are justifiably proud of the amount of, tax adjustment that we can supply to people, I was just wondering about whether you had any preliminary sense of where that overlay sits, the money that we sort of set aside for, what if we give people tax relief, that reduces the amount of, income we're getting from taxes. So we have to, calculate that up ahead of time. So I was just wondering about trends in the overlay.
Excuse me, so in the ALG process, the last few years, we've been trying to use trends to, for projections instead of just carrying over years. So I think last year we did a few, I think this year we'll do overlay. We were in the 850,000 range, and I believe that's about where we ended up last year. So we'll double check to make sure that makes sense going forward, and we'll also look at the 4 or 5 year average. But I mean, it should go up a little bit because of everything else that goes up, so.
And I guess, we do have that longer term goal about, looking at additional strategies for tax assistance. And if any of those actually, come to life, then there will be a need for a higher overlay. But until we figure out where that authority could come from, we don't have to worry about it.
Fran?
So I'm impressed by the turnback money. And was it as high last year? I don't really remember. Refresh my memory.
So last year, the turnback was around $70,000.
I know, so this is impressive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, looking at your draft budget priorities, I agree with all of those. I think it is a good opportunity to take a breather if we've got a lot of uncompleted projects. and, take a little bit of a pause. I think that's a reasonable point of view. I know historically, the town has done that from time to time. It seems like every 10 or 12 years, you've developed a backlog of uncompleted things on the shelf that need to get done, so I think this is a good time to do it. And the stabilization, I think, obviously, if we can add some money in stabilization and use it for some larger projects, I'm thinking of, major electrification projects, for instance, for this building or that sort of thing, that if we can do it without having to do a lot of borrowing, that would be great. The other concern I've got, or question I've got that I'd like you to consider is, there's been some mention made about, in other venues as well, about potential increases in health insurance costs, and specifically retiree costs. Now, I'll acknowledge that I am a retiree and I benefit from this. However, I'm one of hundreds of retirees, so I think I can speak for the group. I think it's very concerning that there are problems with retiree health care, and there's certainly been some current concerns raised about our present carrier of Aetna for the retiree health care. So I hope you can delve into that a little bit more. My colleagues probably don't realize this, but the unionized employees who are still active duty kind of get a seat at the table to negotiate through the union collective bargaining process about things like insurance, health insurance. Retirees basically have no seat at the table whatsoever and just end up getting whatever is considered fair by the administration and the select board in the town, but they don't really get to participate in that, and never have. And it has to do, it's not anything unique to Acton, it's just the way the world works. But, I'd hate to see the feeling growing amongst retirees that after putting many, many years of dedicated service to the town isn't going to give them as good a plan as what they got when they were active duty. They already are paying a larger portion than they did when they were active duty, and now they're on their pensions, so they have reduced earning capabilities anyway. So I hope that in the process, working with Meyer and whatever, that you don't forget the retirees. Thank you. Any other questions or comments about the budget and guidance you might like to offer to the town manager? It's great, and thank you for the early presentation.
Can I respond to you?
Yes?
Just to provide a little bit more information, so John mentioned our new treasurer collector, and he was at the HIT meeting last week, and he asked what the factors are for those increases that Gallagher has seen, and they noted that it's all of the Medicare changes that are happening now, and we're also coming out of a rate cap with Aetna, but the folks at Kolb, which is the, I don't know, insurance agency consultant that works with Gallagher to try and get the best deal for us. They are actively exploring options to try and get a good deal. So the retirees are definitely not forgotten. And actually, retirees are the only public members who show up to the HIT meetings.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 9, discuss memorandum of agreement for Primrose School.
This is an agreement that was first discussed a few months ago. when it was presented, nice job, Ellie. It was presented from the Primrose School that they'd like to build a business on Mass Ave, and but they need sewer, so the board asked us to look at some type of MOA that would allow them to connect to the sewer and what consideration would be paid and the other terms and conditions that would be part of it. We met with them several times over the last few months. I believe we brought a draft to the last meeting in July, and we got some feedback from the board, came back, talked to the applicant again, and we had something in the packet over the weekend, but then about 4 o'clock this afternoon, we got a different version. So I don't know if you've had a chance to review it, but there are a few changes that were made, which I can go through, or maybe Tom can go through. Oh, yeah, we have it on the screen, so. And we thought that the party would be here, but I don't see anybody in the virtual room that looks like they're from that project, unless they want to raise their hand. The other option we could do is, since we just got it this afternoon, is if you have any comments on it, you could let me know. Otherwise, we can just have them come back and have them come and be here at your next meeting, which I think is the 8th or so of September. Okay, no other feedback by what was in the packet or otherwise to carry this forward? Any non-starters that you saw?
Jim?
I was confused but pleased to see the offer of some subsidized slots to come back into the contract. We'd assumed that was going to get yanked in response to our non-acceptance of the notion of supporting a, demolition delay, to push the HDC to change the HC to change the demolition delay. So I'm curious to hear them talk about why that's there, but it's great to see it there.
My comments mirror exactly Jim's comments. I thought that those scholarship slots were gone, and I was very pleased to see a couple of hours ago they came back in again. I'm saddened that it appears that there's no way to preserve the existing house, but I understand it. There's limits to our authority under the demolition delay bylaw. So I think on balance, this seems like a fairly acceptable agreement to me. I've heard repeatedly that it's very hard and very expensive to get childcare in this area. So this will provide an additional quantity of daycare slots available to the public. So I think that's important. I think from an economic development point of view, it's great that people have got this option. I think it seems to be fairly consistent with the concept of Kelley's Corner. We have sort of all educational uses all in that area, and point out there is a similar private daycare center at the other end of the school complex, at the corner of Hayward and Charter. One of the points that was raised a couple of times during our discussion was people saying, well, why don't we direct during the site plan process that Primrose should negotiate with schools and get access from the junior high school driveway to get into their facility? And I suspect some people might have thought that that was similar to what is happening at the other end of the complex at Hayward and Charter. I will point out, though, that that short section of Charter Road that goes by the auditorium was never discontinued. That's actually a public way, which provides frontage for the daycare and provides access to them. So it's not quite the same as having them actually operate off a driveway. That section of Charter Road indeed looks like a driveway, but it's not. So I know we certainly want to eliminate the number of curb cuts available, but this section of Massachusetts Avenue is under state control, and the applicant is going to have to go through their own process with Mass DOT as far as getting the curb cuts approved, and whatever process they go through, it's not really up to us. So I'd say on balance, I think it's sorry to see a historic building going down. You folks all know that, I have a historic connection with that building, but so goes it. And I'd be okay with the agreement the way it exists. And certainly respect any other comments anyone else might have.
So, Dean, can I just clarify, are we talking about this evening, or are we carrying this over?
Well, I think the town manager asked to see if there was any specific comments that we might want to have him factor into any further negotiations, so that's my comments.
I'll just, I guess, state my comment tonight, and I don't agree with this MOA. I think that, referring to the Acton 2020 Comprehensive Community Plan, I'm going to read because the following vision statement describes a desired future as articulated by the hundreds of Acton residents who participated in the planning process. It states, let us plan so that in the future, Acton has retained its uniqueness by preserving its rural and historic characteristics, with ample open fields, meadows, tree-lined roads with meandering sidewalks, ponds, farms, wooded areas, stone walls, and beautiful renovated historic buildings. I think I can stop there. It goes on, if you refer to the Acton 2020 plan. I feel like this Primrose Center is not the ideal project for the site. And I want to invite my colleagues on the select board to not move forward with the MOA and wait for another project to be proposed. If we get a developer that is not a cookie cutter and can be creative with the site, it will be a win-win. Just referring to the old Walkerland that was a proposed site for a daycare center, we said no, and now look at the site. It's going to be this incredible site used by many town members. The last project that was proposed for this particular space incorporated a renovation for the existing building, so it can be done. It's just that this particular developer has no interest in doing that and wants to stick to their own plan. So that's why I don't think they're a great fit for this site.
Well, I'll respond to that, and I'm not under the employ of Primrose Schools. But, the 2020 plan was very bravely spoken. But since then, if people really wanted to preserve historic buildings, there would have been changes made to the demolition delay bylaw, and there were not. Nothing ever came forward. So it's all very well to say you got to preserve all these buildings, but if there's no legal teeth to do it, I think that shows you where the overall priorities of the town are. Yeah, the 2020 plan sounds great, but if people never move forward with it, it really has no impact. I think The, specifically about the Walker property, some of the history of that, a lot of the opposition to that had nothing to do with the site, with the design, with the traffic impact. It was strictly brought about by a group of people that were trying to guarantee market share for existing daycare centers here in town. And that market share, which was very small, gets very expensive. So I don't think, and then, so we moved ahead. We basically lost on every account with the Walker property. The town ended up buying it. Yes, it's going to be a great new building. We lost a huge amount of money, and we had a site that frankly was a disaster for about 8 years. So I don't think that the Walker property and what finally happened is a glowing example of what we should do. Because what happens, as with all these other things, when people don't want progress, look at how long things have stood at top dead center in South Acton, because it's got to be the perfect project, not just the good enough project. So, and I'm not frankly sure, especially where this particular use is protected under the Dover Amendment, I'm not really sure how much latitude we have in slamming the door on this particular project. And I think we might want to have some town council advisories on this. I know she has weighed in on it in the past about the protections under the Dover Amendment. So I would be very cautious about quoting and coming up with rationales for something that happened 8 years ago or 10 years ago at the Walker property that is based on an incomplete understanding of what happened. And I'd be very, very cautious about getting involved in a situation where we might be violating some of the precepts of the Dover Amendment. Thank you. David.
Fran, could I ask, you said there was a project for use of the property previously. Can you say what that was and why that didn't happen?
It was, I don't know why it didn't happen, but if you go to our, the Historical Commission's July of last year meeting, Carl Junkus proposed, Steve proposed a housing development, but incorporating the building, the historic building. And I don't know why it never moved forward.
So he came to the HC and then later on decided not to move forward?
I guess, yes, yeah. Yeah.
So I understand that it's difficult, but we can't, you know, in my mind, it's difficult to protect every historic building in town if we don't have a use for it. And it's very difficult to find uses for some of the older structures with their rooms and stuff. Sometimes you can gut them, but they're more expensive to do than, I mean, much more, you know, an order of magnitude more in some cases. And so I think that's very tough. And I think in this case, we have a distinct need for daycare in town. There, you know, you can see all over social media and in interactions with residents in town that people can't find daycare in town. And I'm sensitive to that. And also I'm sensitive to be accepting of business that wants to locate in town, right? We get criticized a lot for not, you know, having a low amount of business in town, and we now have a business that would like to move here, and it's a good business right for that spot, right next to, you know, parents can drop 2 kids at the same time, and things. So I think it's a good situation, and I have no problem with the MOA as written.
Alyssa.
I also am fine with the MOA. I appreciate, Jim, that you want to hear from the folks, or at least the representative for Primrose, why those 2 subsidized spots are back on the table. I would be okay approving it tonight, but I'm also fine waiting until September 8th. I think that it is absolutely not accurate that the building cannot be saved or that the applicant is not financially able to make the necessary investment in renovating it. So I think that we should focus on pushing on that during the site plan review, because there was an indication from the attorney that the 2 subsidized spots were non-negotiable, and here they are again. So I think that perhaps sharing the plan from Common Ground for the 30 or 40 apartment building that was going to be behind this house, to show that it is possible to save that home and build a daycare center. I think we should focus on it there. But as far as the additional SBUs, 6, I don't have an issue with the investment that they're making in the I&I work and the fact that part of it is non-refundable, part of it is refundable if the project doesn't get built. And Fran, the Common Ground project didn't move forward because it was like 40 apartments and there wasn't sufficient sewer capacity. But as far as the site goes, it's definitely possible to save and renovate that house and use it for offices and incorporate the classroom space in the back. So maybe we'll share that diagram with the applicant.
I have one more.
Yep.
So just to also add another project, the West Acton area that Matthias renovated. That is a glowing example of waiting for the right developer. And although those houses were in the historic district and couldn't be demolished, there is no reason why we can't respect a house down Mass Ave who's iconic with the same respect.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any public,
I just wanted to clarify, the reason that they reinstated the scholarships is because we asked them to. And the thing that they changed that would be seen as a concession for us is that they split the payments up. And the $20,000 right out of the gate secures the capacity right away instead of waiting until they get their site plan approval. So that's the change that they asked for. And so that, just wanted to clarify that was why, if that helps.
thank you for asking again for those scholarship slots. Let's see if there's any public comment.
Hi, yes, it's Tara again, and I agree with Fran that it's not progress to tear down a historic asset for a factory-sized daycare, and I hope you will not support the idea of reducing a wonderful building to rubble, landfill, effectively. The Walker site was not a sewer request. It was a fight about a permit application, and the judge decided it was too big and ordered the Walker to slim down the project. So let's be careful about that. That was a total win. We could have done it a lot cheaper if, when Chris Gonzalez and his family offered the site to the town for $250,000, if we had more sensitive land use planning, the town would have jumped at that. Instead, we spent, millions or something like that? I feel like demo delay is irrelevant. It sort of suggests suggests that the historical commission is to blame because they didn't do a better demo delay. This isn't about a demo delay. This is whether we're going to give precious sewer capacity to a factory-sized daycare that we already don't want. Plenty of, you guys say that you can't find daycares, But let's hear from the daycare. Let's hear, where are these folks? You voted to effectively demolish a convenience store serving hundreds of people, most of which probably don't have the ability to drive to a supermarket, saying that, oh, well, you gave them notice with the document. Well, I feel like there needs to be a better or more community outreach. I would like to hear from the DRB. You've got free architects. Let's hear if they think it's possible to save. So anyways, I hope that you put this off at least another time, and I'd like to see a carbon footprint analysis. You know, we talk about, what is it called, the climate plan, and it's all decisions are supposed to be looking at the carbon impact, and yet I haven't heard a carbon impact about this. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Just following up on Alyssa's comment as well, if we get through this jump, the next piece is going to be site plan process. And I think at that point, DRB will be able to weigh in, and I think we might be able to have a better discussion, and we might be able to come up with something that is more acceptable to the entire board. But I frankly my preference is, if someone would make a motion, I would like to be able to move ahead on this memorandum of agreement tonight. Alyssa?
I will move to authorize the town manager to sign the MOA that was updated at 4 o'clock today with Primrose.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any other comments? Jim?
I'd continue to prefer to have the applicant here rather than respond blind to a proposal that just showed up a couple hours ago.
Thank you. Alyssa?
So my question was answered by the town manager, that they agreed to it because we asked. So I think that that's a sign of good faith. I also wanted to add before we vote that I would like to retract my statement that I made the very first time that we discussed this, calling Acton a daycare desert, because since that time, I have learned from, other folks that are adjacent to childcare centers in Acton, that the Great Brook School just opened up last year, and so there are several centers that do have spots, so I just want that to be clear. However, even given that, I don't think it's the board's role to limit, market competition among, similar businesses in town. So I think that we definitely have some leverage that we can, and some arguments to present during the site plan review, but this MOA is, sits well with me as it is written and changed.
Thank you. David?
I will say, I agree that the site plan offers us some possibility. We were able to, in the process for the McGovern Auto Dealership, to make significant changes to that project from what it was originally proposed as part of the site plan process, such that most people were satisfied with it at the end. There were very significant objections in the beginning, and we were able to address quite a number of them.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Abstentions? None. Approved by 3-2. Thank you.
Page 2.
The item 11, project updates. Mr. Manager.
Assistant Town Manager Tom Bejan will share some updates, and I'll chime in as needed.
All right, good evening, everybody. Going through 7 projects very quickly. Kelley's Corner Reconstruction, as I'm sure you've noticed, there's some movement there. Most notably in this photo, you'll see the traffic lights are up. The project is continuing towards final paving and road work. Recently, drainage installation, milling, concrete and granite curb installation, sidewalk forms and ADA approaches were installed and utility work completed. Paving is scheduled to begin this Thursday after school drop-off on a portion of the area, mainly the Route 27 Main Street area. Additional paving will occur next week. Over the next 3 weeks, you'll see additional paving, backfill of curbs, and grading of sidewalks, continued granite curb installation, and installation of temporary pavement markings. A fun part about this project is that Brad Spinney, who's the grandson of Carol Spinney, has been tasked with creating some benches that pay tribute to Carol Spinney and Big Bird and Oscar the Grouch and the Sesame Street contributions, utilizing some of the wood from the trees that were removed. And he recently shared these photos of the bench showing that they're finished and they're ready for the installation over at Kelley's Corner. So you'll see the top left 2 of those benches, and on the bottom, the Minuteman Tech team and Brad on the left-hand side who helped build these. So a fun little twist to this project. The next project is a powder mill road construction. As you know, there's a detour in place, and that has helped expedite work within the roadway. The contractor and economic development director have been in contact with local businesses to ensure continued access and communication throughout the project. You can see from the photos on the bottom right-hand side, current work in the roadway is focused on utility and trench work right now. The current detour and alternative routes are anticipated to last at least the next 2 weeks. The upper left-hand photo highlights some on-site sewer work at the powder mill development site, and construction continues on that site on the buildings as well. The next project is a Prospect Street and Main Street reconstruction. And late last week, the site contractor and DPW highway staff completed traffic signage installation and site improvements. This reconfiguration creates one dedicated area for safe travel from from Main Street to Prospect, and then another one from Prospect to Main. Each area includes 2 turn lanes to help improve traffic flow and reduce congestion. And as you can see from these photos, I think the top right-hand one, you'll see motorists have quickly adjusted to this new traffic flow. If you drive by, it's a great change in that area to what it once was, and much safer than what it was before. Acton Food Pantry, all town storage has been removed from the facility, allowing the food pantry to begin interior renovations. You'll see the 2 photos highlight a few things. On the left-hand side, it highlights interior renovations that allow for proper usage of the building by the food pantry. On the right, you'll see, to upper right, you'll see the elevator shaft construction has begun, anticipation of having accessible access to that second floor. The bottom picture stretched out a little bit, but this was a proposed 75% design that went in front of the Conservation Commission recently for the site work, and that was approved. As you can see, it includes new configuration of the parking and traffic flow on site to preserve the commuter rail parking spots on the left, and then additional accessible spaces and traffic flow improvements on the right-hand side of the food pantry. Jim, I don't want to turn it on you if you have a question with that.
No, I got it. Thanks.
Perfect. The next project is River Street Park, and unfortunate news, we had applied for additional grant funding to the MVP program, and unfortunately we were denied. But the good news is that we have $201,000 from the CPC program that we're able to utilize for this next and final phase. We received pricing from the contractor. They've gone through some personnel changes that slowed down updated pricing. But the pricing that we received is within budget preliminary. We need to do some more reviews. But the exciting part is that this phase will include installation of walkways throughout the park, paving of a parking area, and installation of stormwater management basin at the base of that parking area. Additionally, we have a CPC grant that we received for historical signage. that'll be placed in a few different areas throughout the park that satisfy the MOA for historical preservation of the site. And we're going to be working with the Historic Commission and the Historic District Commission on those signs. Sustainability has supported us in applying for another grant. This is a Cool Communities grant. This would be to cover the cost of 20 shade trees throughout the site that once this project's done, we'll be able to go back in and plant the trees and create this cooling center for the neighborhood as well. Once this phase is complete, we anticipate on removing all the fences and opening up the park for usage. We're confident that this next phase will get us to that point. And a couple things you'll see in the photos. On the bottom left-hand side, you'll see snow on the side. This is the best photo I was able to grab of the water running. And unfortunately, it was taken the April timeframe where there was still ice and snow on the ground. This shows the restoration of Fort Pond Brook that's running continuously. The top left, you'll see the foundation walls. They're reduced. Before they were the full foundations, but with value engineering of the project, we're able to highlight certain areas to show that there was a building there. And that's highlighted a little bit better on the right-hand side photo. That's looking down into the tail race, and then you'll see a little bit further in the middle of that photo, amphitheater benches seating there for people to enjoy. And the final project, can't forget about 17 Woodbury Lane. So the siding, as you drive by, you'll see that the building's much different than what it was a few months ago. Siding installations underway. The new pavilion has been constructed. They're just waiting for siding and painting. It's a metal roof on that side. Inside the building, you see in these two photos on the left and right upper hand sides, you see a lot of renovations inside. And on the one on the right-hand side is what you'll see when you walk into it. Of course, I mean the open part into the roof. Everything else will be finished. But what you're seeing there is an open area to the new preserved roof. You'll see there's old beams with new beams. We're able to salvage a good amount of those to support the structural needs of the roof. And on the left-hand side, the upper left-hand side, that's a bathroom with ventilation fan ducted in. That's a bathroom that's approachable or accessible from the outside. On the bottom left, you'll see the new siding of the building. Those 6 windows there are original to the building, and those have been preserved. There's additional windows that will match those existing windows, but because they're specialized, because of the historic nature, there's a bit of a lead time. So we're looking about beginning of October and taking those in, and then they'll install those. But that doesn't mean the project's going to stop. Site work will be picking up soon with septic installation and excavation. Interior work continues. One of the fun photos that we have in site is the bottom right-hand side shows the beam construction from the original construction that'll remain. So when you go to visit the site, you'll be able to see a little bit of the original construction through that, through the beam. The last photo here, or the last slide, is a Bellows Farm Mill Dam breach design. Topographical in, I wrote this down because I did not want to mispronounce it, bathymetric survey are complete. What that is, it's measuring the depth of the water in that area. Wetlands flagging is complete. Geomorphic assessment and sediment gradation sampling is completed as well. Currently, the project team is wrapping up the conceptual design, then updating the hydraulic modeling with a new bridge. From there, the team will set up the geotechnical borings to evaluate the foundation substrate. And when the project progresses into preliminary design, the team will begin public outreach efforts. But what you see on the right-hand side is a timeline and a tracking sheet. On the left, upper left, you'll see the issues with the Bellows Farm Mill Dam. And that is it for the project updates for tonight. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So Tom, what have you been doing in your spare time?
What spare time?
One question I've got is, a resident from the area reached out to me the other day. Do you have any kind of a projected timeline of when the River Street Park might be accessible by the public, even in an incomplete form?
Sure, that's a popular question. So because it's an active construction site, we of course have to keep the construction fencing up, and it depends on how much progress will be made this fall. We intend on issuing a change order for this next phase in the next few weeks with mobilization either late September or early October, depending on how fast they can go through the park and how quickly they can pave the areas that need to be paved before the sites close down to pull in the mix. We could potentially be looking at the end of this year of pulling the fences. The grass will not be established by then. Of course, we're not going to plant the seed or drop the seed down until we're completely finished. So while it may be slightly accessible, potentially at the end of the year, it won't be a completed park until the spring when everything can establish. So a long way of answering, we're hoping at the end of the year, but realistically, maybe the spring.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Nicely done. John?
Thank you. Yes, nice work. I just wanted to add for the Kelley's Corner project, it's because school starts this week, and I've already started hearing from folks that found out that they're going to be paving on the first day of school. And I tried very hard to get them to change it. And there's a lot of reasons that they went through that I won't go through here tonight, but they weren't able to change it. But they did agree to start after the morning drop-off. So hopefully that helps a little bit. But in terms of timing, probably the worst time to do it, but they are paving it, which is the good news. And every week, it's going to look better.
Thank you. Item 12, discuss no trespassing signs on Bay Circuit Trail easement at Robbins Brook. Jim, do you want to handle this?
Sure. I did a little research on this because I remembered it from my days on the Land Stewardship Committee. This is because of was brought to our attention by a town resident that there are some maps that show the Bay Circuit Trail, which is like this, coast-to-coast trail, walking trail that'll get you from the North Shore to the South Shore. Beautiful, ambitious project. There are some maps that show the access from Route 27 to the rail trail, going right down the driveway that goes to the Neshoba Sportsman's Club. And there are now signs there that say, private drive, the members only. So I looked into this. I also contacted the Land Stewardship Committee to see, what sort of recent discussions there had been. And luckily, I heard back from Bruce Rockman, who is not only a member of the Land Stewardship Committee, but is also a member of the tennis club and the Neshoba Sportsman's Club, and knew the recent history of why those signs were there. So we discussed it. What we agreed was that we did have the same understanding that there was a pedestrian easement going right down that driveway to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. It's for pedestrians and bicycles. The purpose of the signs was that people were driving down there and just sort of parking informally on the side of the road to get access to the rail trail, and that's not okay. It is a private road for cars. Cars can't go down there unless they're, going to one of those facilities. What we agreed was that those two goals were compatible. The intent of not allowing non-member cars to go down there and the intent of allowing pedestrians and bicycles can coexist, but it doesn't mean that the signs need to change. He gave me the number of the manager there, and I suggested that I would hope to recruit via the town manager some staff member who could work with Mike, the manager, to come up with some wording that would cover both intents, that would explain to cars they can't go drive down there, and explain that you can walk or bicycle as far as the rail trail. That seems doable. If it's more words than the current signs are there, there might need to be a second sign. I don't know. That's the kind of level of detail that I don't think we need to work out as a select board. But it was certainly clear that there is an easement there. It may or may not be a Bay Circuit Trail easement, but that doesn't matter. There's still an easement there. The Bay Circuit Trail itself, being a large and ambitious project, has changed from time to time where they intend people to go if they're on the Acton wing of the Bay Circuit Trail. And currently, the Bay Circuit Trail is shown on Land Stewardship Committee maps as going right down that driveway, but on the Bay Circuit Trail maps, it's shown through a different route. So, but that's an interesting point, but it doesn't really impact the fact that people are allowed to walk and bike down there to get access to the rail trail. So I would recommend that we direct the town manager to find someone, maybe in planning or somewhere, to work with the manager on coming up with acceptable signage that meets their needs and meets the town's needs.
Thank you, Jim. John, you think you can recruit somebody from staff to follow this through?
And we have authorization to put any signs up we want?
Pardon me?
We have authorizations to put any signs up that we want that meet your requirements?
Yes.
Okay, we're on it.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Jim, for following up on that.
I was very lucky to have found Bruce Rockman, but yeah, it was all easy after that.
Item 13, discuss tri-board meeting with the Select Board Finance Committee and Acton Boxborough School Committee. I think I mentioned this to folks a few weeks ago. Tori Campbell, the chair of the school committee, reached out to me and proposed having some sort of a meeting in early September to get all of the parties together. So that would be Select Board and Finance Committees from both Acton and Boxborough and the school committee to sort of set the stage for budgeting and just a general understanding. We did have a planning meeting on Zoom about this a couple of weeks ago. The only reps were Tori herself, myself representing Acton Select Board, and one member of the Boxborough Finance Committee and one other member of the school committee. So I'm not sure if those other entities are going to participate in this or not. In the course of the discussion, it sort of morphed. At one point, it was going to be some, fairly major presentation by everyone. And upon reflection, I suggested that it's sort of premature for the Acton Select Board to come in and talk about our budget priorities and what have you, considering that they just were handed them to you 45 minutes ago. But I said that I was sure that some of my colleagues, anyway, would be happy to attend. So it might be more of a school committee presentation about where they see their future going. And I hope that folks would be willing to attend. And what I would propose is that we would post it legally as a select board meeting so that if a quorum of us show up and if we engage in a conversation, we don't run afoul of the open meeting law. The meeting will be on Wednesday, September 3rd at 7 p.m. And I believe it's going to be at the administration building. I haven't had a chance to check back with Tori, but I will after this. I'd like to hear if anybody has any particular opinions that they'd like to express about the approach to this, or any other interested comments. Jim?
I'm remembering back to having a similar meeting at the Boardwalk campus, maybe even while it was still under construction or just open. We did have all 5 boards there. Reflecting on it, I agree with your approach, Dean. The meeting last time was dragged down by being a series of presentations. We need this, we need that, and there was no real time for the subtleties and the communications and the relationship building and the conversations and surfacing issues and ideas. So I think keeping it, to an update from the schools and then lots of different, possibly structured ways of having a conversation about it all would be great. I would love to attend such a thing.
Fran?
I love the idea of collaboration, and does this sort of, where does this fall with ALG? A completely different vibe, I guess, but I just was curious.
And that was actually one of the other points that I raised with Tori, is that, ALG has not met yet. We haven't really had a chance to, even set the table with them. So that kind of pushed it more into more of a group discussion and, certainly listen to what, I'm anxious to hear what progress the schools have made with their reorganization plan. I know that it's early days yet, but I think that would be useful. I think also just getting folks together in a cordial setting, because things aren't going to be cordial later on, let's face it. So I think I'm quite hopeful that this will be a good session. I don't think there's going to be any tremendous progress or breakthroughs made on it. It's more of a relationship building activity, I think. Alyssa?
So I'm hearing a couple of different things. I'm hearing collaboration, workshop, discussion, and then I'm also hearing school committee giving a presentation. I like the former. I'm not thrilled with the latter. So if this is going to be 5 boards from 2 towns getting together to meet, I'd rather it be more of a roundtable discussion. Maybe we run it like a community circle where there are questions, because we all need to understand challenges from each board, concerns from each town. So maybe having a discussion where all the committees and boards answer those prompts to get the information out on the table. I don't love the idea of the school committee as one entity, even though they represent both towns, being the driver of the conversation, starting off with a presentation. And I can tell you from the welcome assembly that happened this morning at the high school, the timeline for AB Forward is, what they've been doing so far is collecting data. So there isn't really a lot to report on that process for this soon, September 3rd. So I don't know exactly what those questions would be for a roundtable discussion where each entity answers, but something about, sort of similar to what the town manager presented tonight, where we have, what are our goals? What are our budget recommendations? What are we going to do differently this year? Oh, we're going to, focus on projects that are already started and ongoing instead of pursuing new projects, information like that. Because I've heard little bits and pieces from Boxborough about what their challenges are with zoning changes and need for a new fire station. And we talked last year about them not needing an override because they had enough excess capacity in their levy, but maybe this year. So I want that information to be brought out into the open. So I would say, especially given what Jim just said about being bogged down with presentations, especially not have only one of those entities do a presentation. Because then it's like their meeting and we're just guests and we need to be partners.
Thank you. David?
So, I'll try to adapt to whatever happens. I'd prefer a discussion to a presentation as well. And maybe not like presentation after presentation, but just someone kicks off topics. I happened to run into the chair of the Boxborough Select Board on a walk and was briefed in a similar way to Alyssa on their challenges. So, I'm interested in hearing everybody's points of view there. I will, if there are a majority of us that attend, as clerk, I'll take minutes on what we say. I'm not going to take minutes on the whole meeting, but I will take minutes on what we say and submit them, if there's a quorum of us.
Thank you. Jim?
One thought would be give the option for groups to send out information before the meeting. So if the school committee has something they want to communicate to all of us, put it on some pieces of paper on a PDF and email it out. And that way it doesn't take up a bunch of time at the meeting and we can go right to the, questions and conversations.
Okay. In my follow-up conversation with Tori, which was by email, she did ask if I would be available to make some informal comments. So I think I would probably focus on that. And I will follow up with her to bring in your input in planning this. She was about to take off for backpacking in the Canadian Rockies, so I think she's not answering her email right now, but I will pursue that. And we'll certainly follow up with updates as far as if things have changed or change of venue or whatever. I'll certainly let you all know. Thank you. Update on DPW project. So, just took a few notes here. As you recall, and as the town manager pointed out during his budget presentation, we did get $150,000 allocated for additional design studies for the DPW building at town meeting. John and Tom and Corey and a number of other folks have been moving ahead with that. They've hired Arrow Street architects to do sort of a third-party review. And they jumped right in. Arrow Street actually was the architects for the Boardwalk campus. So they've reviewed the feasibility study. They've looked at the Weston Sampson plans. They've met extensively with staff. They've walked around the site. They've taken the benefit of all the measured drawings and that sort of thing that Weston Sampson put together. And they'd come up with a list of possible alternates, which we had a Zoom meeting on the 8th of August going over what some of the options were. There's about 5 options that they are studying, including renovating the existing building, renovating the existing building and building a new fleet storage building beside it. Taking the existing building, renovating it, and making that into fleet storage and building a new office shop building beside it. Making the existing Weston Sampson plant a little bit smaller and trying to make it a little more efficient. Even a plan to demolish half of the existing building and then adding an addition onto it. So there's a whole list of possible options, pluses and minuses for all of them. One of the problems we had is that, to save money, you got to make it smaller. And one of the alternates they showed provided inside storage for the winter fleet of 18 vehicles. Unfortunately, our winter fleet is 30 vehicles. And then, having the situation with making the building smaller, not having enough vehicles, and then, well, you could stack them in the travel lanes. Well, what you've got is you've been stacking them in the travel lanes all along, and it doesn't work very well. So we've teased these sorts of things out. We, being myself and Tom and Corey and everyone else who was available for this, authorized them to go ahead with those conceptual plans, and they're really sketches. They're sending them to their preliminary estimators, and they're going to be coming up with a list of costs to see, do any of these things make any sense? Do they make financial sense? Do they make sense from the point of view of timing? They had some questions about what would be the timeline that the estimator would have to look for based on construction costs. Now, if we decide that if we drop the Weston Sampson plan and go with one of these new plans, we would have to go to town meeting at some point this winter or early spring to get another $1 million or so for design the building, and then be another year beyond that. So now we're looking at, starting construction potentially in calendar 2027. Construction costs are going up by anywhere from 4 to 6%. So if they come up with one of these plans and they say, hey, you can save 6%, but it's going to be 2 years before you can do it, then the cost of the project's gone up by 12%, so you haven't done anything. So all of these things all have to be factored in. So we'll be getting an update from Arrow Street on the 27th of August. This is the working group. And then on September 11th, we have a building committee meeting where we hope to have full details that we can work with, the building committee can react to from Arrow Street. And then our next select board meeting would be the 15th. So all of this is tremendously vague, but that's sort of the time frame we're looking at, that we can give you another update as to where we are with it. Certainly, if people would like to attend the meeting on September 11th, it'll be in here. It's going to be an open meeting. So we'll have the architects here. We'll be able to have some better discussion. But that's kind of the progress we've made. And we knew with what happened at town meeting that this project was going to be delayed a period of time. It's just a question of how long that period is. There we have it. Unless anybody has any questions. Fran?
Are you soliciting feelings or just questions?
Go ahead.
I've been visiting DPWs, and I haven't figured out a way to fit it into a whole display for everyone. What I have been hearing from everyone that met with me is never go smaller because it makes no sense. And I don't think that the idea of using our existing buildings is going to work. I mean, we need cars inside, all vehicles are stored inside. I invite anyone to go visit Burlington, go visit Bedford and Tewksbury. That's where I've been so far. Tewksbury is a great example because they're kind of working in tandem with their old building, and their old building looks very similar to ours. And I just think that that would be a great eye-opening example. And I think that personally, it's great that we can explore other options, but I think we should steer the boat steady. So those are.
Thank you. We want to make, do as honest an attempt as we can. And so we kind of left the door open for Arrow Street to come up with whatever they'd like. I will get, please come up, Scott.
Scott Sullivan, 8 Patriots Road. I totally agree with the scenario, as I think I've talked to you about scenarios. There's one scenario that I feel is missing, and when they're doing all this work, even though it may not be a scenario that ends up being correct, it would be great if they're doing all these scenarios, if they just added one more, which is to leave the structure the same, and away from the structure, building the structure for the staffing, meeting all the staffing needs, and like a wash bay and like things. And I know there's sketches and but if, I would hate to have a scenario be left off the table and have 4 scenarios and then have a scenario that may or may not be a viable one, be not even put through the process. And not saying that's what the solution is, but I would love to see that one last one, because I can't think of another scenario that would be missing if you add that, because you have 4, because I watched the presentation, I read through everything, and that's like the one that's missing. So that would be my request, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, and Tom can probably correct me, but I think what you've envisioned was in the building committee meeting or the small staff meeting that we had, we did end up with an option 4A and 4B. So I think we probably captured the essence of what you have in mind.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the essence of I think the options were all kind of connected, either directly or slightly indirectly to the main building. And I agree with Fran that like you should build the building the right size if you're building it, but I feel like that I don't think that there was an option that had the staffing building separate from everything. It was like touching it, or I could be mistaken, but David, thank you.
David.
May I, no, please stay. May I ask a question? Can I ask why you're concerned about, I think that the one that Dean mentioned third today was the one that was discussed maybe after the last DPW building committee meeting. But can I understand more your concern as to why the space between the staffing building and the existing building matters, whether it touches, is connected by a breezeway or not connected at all? Why does that matter in your mind?
I guess I'm primarily concerned about having an interruption to service, and having that interruption to service or having, when the building and the construction is done, having them moving around people that are trying to get their jobs done. And I'm not an expert at this, but very simplistically, I'm thinking that if the building for the staff was built where they're parking, not that that's the right spot for it, but like hypothetically, then they could not interrupt their day-to-day work, build the building as quickly as you can build it to whatever specifications it can be built to, and then when it's done, then you could address the vehicle storage separately. I just see it as an option that I didn't think was in the scenarios that they're modeling out. And that's why I'm asking that to be included if it's possible.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Sorry, not to belabor, but Scott, that was an additional proposal that was asked of Arrow Street to look at, and that'll be, call it option 4B, but that was something that was recommended, I believe, by David. It was a separate building for the staff, renovate the current building for garage storage, and then have it connected either through a breezeway or a connected corridor. But that exact scenario is one that will be
Okay.
included.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure that's up. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Interestingly, that's like the proposed, the two-phase proposal before we had this, what we have, the current proposal. But the second phase is not tearing down the old building and building the second part. The second part is renovating the old building, right? So it's building the new part and then renovating the old part, right? And both A and B work a little differently, but both of those are good. And I think Scott's, points are important. One of the reasons we went to drop that phasing was to lessen the time frame over which DPW operations were impacted, right? And this is another thing to watch, another kind of scenario to watch out for to make sure we're not interrupting DPW operations. I also wanted to say that I agree with all the stuff Fran said, but also from another point of view, I think the worst possible outcome here is to build an inadequate building, right? I can't imagine going back to town meeting in 5 years and saying, we saved you 20% off the building, but it doesn't work and we need to build more. That would be the worst possible outcome for me. Whatever we build, we want to be value engineered, we want to have an effective design, we want to spend the least amount of money possible, of course, but we also want a reasonable result, at least in my mind. And I like a number of these scenarios that are proposed, and I think it's Arrow Street did a good job in saying, what could we do? And I'm anxious to hear more.
Thank you. Fran?
I just have a quick comments, but most of the 3 DPWs I did actually visit, they house the water department, public works, some recreation. So that was the common thread, like our water department's separate, which I thought was interesting. And what else was I gonna say? I can't remember, but I'm all for the original design.
Yeah, our neighbors in Manor were looking at a new DPW, and we all know Manor is a much smaller town, but they do include a sewer department and a water department as part of their DPW, and they were looking at potentially a $60 million building, not including real estate cost. David?
So I kind of wanted to say that, I think one of the things people talked about at town meeting, and something we have to explain better, is trying to compare apples to other towns, even if they're the same size as Acton, doesn't work. Or you have to be careful, I should say. It certainly makes sense to to make other references to make sure we're doing a good job. But some towns, they have a completely separate facility for their grounds crews, right? We have our grounds crews along with highway. And other towns like Manor and Tewksbury, they incorporate yet other departments in them that we don't have. So we have to be careful that, the people will say, oh, this town has the same amount of roads as we do, and their DPW is 20% smaller. Oh, okay, that's not always a fair comparison.
Thank you. Melissa?
I think another thing that we need to be careful with, I agree with that, is I appreciate that Scott mentioned staff space rather than office staff space, because in my mind, staff space includes the mechanic bays and workshops where there are staff working. So we need to address, and that was something that the Finance Committee was unanimous in their agreement on, that the most pressing issue here is to have a safe, healthy working environment for staff, and the fleet storage, the garage, is separate. So we just need to be careful about being clear that it's only where the vehicles are sitting without people in them. But if they're being worked on by staff in the mechanic bay, or if there are projects being done in the workshops, that's also a staff space. Fran, I would love, I think we talked about you doing a market analysis. Something, yeah, so I know that you haven't put that together yet, but maybe that can be on a future agenda, looking at other DPW facilities with your real estate background. And yeah, that's it. Thank you, Dean, for the update.
Jim?
I had a question, or I had an assumption that I wanted to test, which was that some of these two-phase scenarios mean that there could be two separate, budgets, capital overrides, et cetera. So that even if we end up with a project that's more expensive than the current one, it may be that it creates a situation where the individual shock is smaller, and thus, may be more acceptable to the towns, to the voters, even knowing that, both, it probably doesn't make sense unless you do both phases, but because of they're a couple of years apart, it seems like, they would be separately funded. That was my assumption, but I wanted to test that out, understand it.
I think all the scenarios we're looking at really, because you're working on the same site, it's really going to be one project.
Okay.
I think and what happens if you build half the project and then you don't get the override approved for the second half of the project, and then so I think every scenario that we looked at would be one project. It's just a question of whether you're building one big building, two small buildings, something like that. But I think it's going to be one shot.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Alicia?
So I heard from many people just that it might be easier for people to get on board with, even if it costs more in the long run, doing a renovation or a new building, and then a few years later, a renovation, whatever, it separated by a few years. So beyond your point, Dean, that it's the same site, I think that what I mentioned earlier when we had the budget overview is that we need to be in alignment with big capital projects from the school district. So having a DPW new building just for staff, and then expecting in 4 or 5 years to tackle the garage, whether it's a new building or a renovation of the existing garage, an expansion, whatever, that situation bumps us into potentially, likely actually, a big school capital need. So that's where, I did hear it a lot from voters and also from finance committee members, had, individual conversations, heard comments made at public meetings, emails, like, wouldn't it make sense to do it in stages, in, smaller amounts that you're asking the voters to approve? Sure, but what happens if it doesn't get approved or we face some other financial challenge, which I'm sure we will?
David?
Doing it in multiple authorizations would make me really nervous if the whole project didn't work. If each piece didn't work as a whole project, even just for a few years. I will say that the borrowing authorization and stuff doesn't mean we have to borrow it all up front. In fact, we typically would not if it was spread over a long period of time, unless the borrowing rates up front were really favorable. I also want to say that last year, we had no competing projects. We had no other overrides or debt exclusions or anything, and the voters chose not to approve it. A few years before that, we had 3 debt exclusions in 1 year. The voters chose to approve all 3. So it is really difficult to completely understand that. Anyway, I just want, the biggest thing is I'd be nervous about approving half the project and then getting ourselves into a situation where we're stuck.
Okay, let's move on. Item 15, discuss select board goal related to town meeting participation. The moderator reached out to us, noted that we had put that as one of our potential goals, and wanted to know if there was any particular individual on the select board that she could liaise with and pursue this. So is there anyone that feels particularly passionate about taking on the lead on this goal? Ms. David?
I don't mind. I mean, I would, either way. I just wanted to understand the scope of this. I think when we made this goal, and please, everybody correct me if I'm wrong, we were talking about things like remote site participation, right? That kind of thing. Is the scope different than that?
I think that would be for you and her to work out.
Should I read this?
Yes.
So the exact wording of the goal is advanced town meeting participation /access /education improvements, including early communication of warrant items to the public. So sort of a little bit of process and timing in addition to exploring remote sites, which was a goal last year.
Well, I'm happy to do that. If there are multiple people, we can decide, I don't want to take it away from somebody. I'd be happy to do it.
David, thank you.
Were you volunteering? I've actually had some discussions with Joanne informally about, how to make it work better. And so, I mean, just like during long votes at town meeting, that kind of.
Alyssa?
I have a question for you, David. Have you attended any of the webinars about the remote town meeting home rule petition that I cannot remember
It's
the
one of
name
the
of
W
the
towns.
towns? Yes, W something.
No, I've not attended any of
Okay.
those.
They have, I'm sure, recorded those as well. And I know that they also did a presentation for legislators.
I will definitely.
So our local delegation might have some information for you as well.
I definitely will review those. There was a lot of, I did read about those, and there was a lot of ambiguity about what the mechanism would be to verify a voter. And so there were some proposals, but it was also not completely well-defined. But I'm happy to review those.
So I would recommend watching the video because they actually had a little demonstration of using the iPad and what the screen would look like and how voters would make a choice, raise their hand to speak, in person, remote, et cetera. So I think it was like an hour long.
So that is very doable in my mind. How do you verify that the person typing on the iPad is the registered voter?
Self-verification, but I won't get into it. Just watch
Okay,
the.
I'll do
I
that.
think it's Wayland, maybe?
I think it is Wayland. Thank you.
Okay. Item 16, discuss 15% threshold rule on non-conforming lots. I don't know how many people have been reading the emails going back and forth about this, but the question is whether the select board are interested in asking the town manager to see if planning staff and planning board would like to take this up and investigate this issue. The problem you run into with a house on a non-conforming lot, you can't increase by more than 15% without going through zoning board of appeals. You might get it approved, you might not get it approved. And as housing choices change and we start thinking about people putting additions on houses for, in-laws or the granny flats or whatever you want to call them, there's something to be said for more intensely developing existing sites than building on a new site. So this kind of slaps up against, there's a prohibition on some of these non-conforming lots, of which there are a surprisingly large number. So that's sort of in very shorthand form. That's the question is, would you like to ask the town manager to reach out to staff and to the planning board, see if this is something they want to consider? Perhaps there's some changes that might end up coming back to town meeting in May. Jim?
If the board does decide they're interested in doing it, I'd be happy to follow the issue for the board, meet with staff, talk things through. Yeah.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, I think if this is going to be done, it needs to be done right. I think a slapdash thing that handles a couple of use cases without considering all the possible ramifications would be a really bad outcome. Or potentially bad outcome, right? So I think if there's interest in this, I'd much rather have the planning department work on it so that, I think probably Nate has extra time. So I think it just should be professionally done and considered all the ramifications so that they can report back to us and to the public what this change means. Is it really allowing people to add granny flats, which a lot of people may agree with? Or is this turning 2,000 square foot houses into 5,000 square foot houses? Or is it, and going along with this, under what circumstances do you have to meet other zoning regulations as far as setbacks and stuff like that? Really complicated. I don't think it can be done with a one paragraph amendment to the zoning bylaw. I think it needs to be carefully considered.
Yeah, I agree with you. Jim?
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, I think the specific case that brought this letter, this issue to our attention was about, whether you count basement space in this calculation, because it's counted in this particular calculation. It's not counted in most of our other ways of thinking about square feet in houses. So, there may be a simple technical fix, but I agree, if you're going to dip into this particular law, you have to make sure you're understanding what you're enabling and not enabling. Because I agree, a major purpose for this change potentially would be to allow for things like ADUs. And maybe it's good to focus on that as a goal.
Alicia?
I'm definitely in favor of having staff explore it. One of the things that I'm interested in learning is how the 15% could be increased and still have the intent of the original limit be in effect. But also, even more interesting to me is the fact that commercial buildings, it's not even a possibility. So if we can incorporate allowing small businesses to expand, I think that would be good for economic development. But maybe once we have a replacement for our planning director who's left.
Thank you. John?
The reason why I believe it's a good investment in staff resources, even though they're currently limited, is that this is a staff issue. The volume of these requests that come in and the ultimate value to the community is something that we think needs to be reviewed. Because I think, yes, having a limit for non-conforming lots makes sense. But we found that there are so many that are being triggered with 15%, and a lot of them are approved, and it's not really changing the way things work, it's just creating more work for us. So I don't know if the right number is 16% or 20%, I don't know what it is, but we think that, at least the staff that I've talked to, even though it's gonna be some work, it might end up saving us some work down the line, and not have a negative impact in doing so.
Well, I think the consensus of the board is that this is something worthwhile for staff to tackle and make it so.
We're on it.
Thank you. Item 17, Alyssa, this one's yours.
Thank you for that Star Trek reference. I didn't expect to get that from you, Dean. So item 17 is a letter of support for an act to modernize funding for community media programming. It's House 91, Senate 41, and it was voted favorably out of committee, so it's now before the Ways and Means Committee. Our entire local delegation has endorsed this legislation, but I have heard from Senator Eldridge that it is important for municipal officials to also support it for his colleagues, not just the cable access folks. So we know that cable access organizations have seen declining revenues as people drop cable and switch to streaming services. So this legislation is modeled off of the federal 5% fee that's charged for use of infrastructure, but it would be imposed on streaming entertainment companies, which use the public infrastructure but don't pay anything. So it's the same 5%. It's the profit that they make in Massachusetts only. And I think it's important to note that the revenue that would be gained from this 5% fee would be distributed not just to the cable access providers, but also to the state general fund and municipalities. So 40% to cable access providers, 40% to municipalities, and 20% to the state general fund. And I'm sorry it's so long, but I wanted to tell a story about how valuable ActonTV is to the Acton community, and I had a lot of details to include.
Comments? Fran?
Thank you for doing this. Appreciate it.
Definitely in favor.
Would anyone care to move that we sign this letter?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Final discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you, Alyssa, for taking that on. All right. It's that time of night. Consent agenda. Approved meeting minutes for July 21st, 2025.
Hold.
Approve executive session minutes for July 21st, 2025. Approve request for use of town roads, Bikes Not Bombs on September 7th, 2025. Live for Live, and approve request for temporary placement of a yard sign announcing event and race directions at Route 27 and 2A on September 14th, 2025. Notification of filming permit for Apple Studios LLC for working title Cheesesteak for October 15th through 18th, 2025. Accept a donation for purchase and installation of a memorial bench from Bevan Palmer at Narra Park. Item 23, approve one-day malt and wine license applications. Boston Events at Narra Park on September 4th, 2025.
Hold the
Ironwork
first
Farm-
one. I'd like to hold just the first one under that.
Okay. Ironwork Farm in Acton Incorporated, 8 High Street on October 4th, 2025. Velasa Sports, Inc. at Narra Park on September 11th, 2025. West Acton Village Merchants Association at Gardner Field on September 27th, 2025, with a rain date of October 4th, 2025. Approve appointments. Cinnamon Blair is a full member of the Acton Boxborough Cultural Council with a term to expire on June 30th, 2028. David Bocuti, from associate to full member of the Water Resources Advisory Committee with a current term expiration of June 30th, 2027.
Move to approve consent items 19 through 22, and item 23, the last three sub-items, and item 24 in its entirety.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Item 18.
So I submitted a few minor typo, non-substantive edits to Lisa already, but on page 4, when we were discussing the Primrose MOA, it says that Ms. Arsenault feels the Historical Commission is not interested in preserving the building, but what she said was at the Historical Commission meeting, she heard that there was no interest in preserving the historical building, but she meant the applicant. So I suggest we change Historical Commission to, actually it says district, I think. Nope, sorry, never mind. Historical Commission to applicant. And then on page 5, it says work with Historic Commission. It says work with Historic District, but it should say commission instead of district. So do you concur that's what you said?
On your toes, Alyssa.
So I moved to make those 2 edits, changing his Historic Commission to applicant and district to commission, and approve the meeting minutes for July 1st, 2025.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
David?
There is a small error in this liquor license application. It says the time is 5 to 10. It should be 4 to 9. So just changing the time from 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
And so I move to make that change to the application and approve the Boston Events at Narra Park event at September 4th, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, one more.
I move to adjourn.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you, we're done.